Welcome to the commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the February 1st, 2024 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Commission. The meeting is now open, and I'm Tom Bell, Chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, who will be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetlands Protection Act and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. Conservation Commission meeting is now in session and is being held on a Zoom platform. If you have any questions for the commission, put them in the Q&A section at the bottom of the page, and when called, please limit your discussion to 3 minutes. You must include your name and address to be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator, Angela Giso, and the town's Conservation Agent, Charlotte Bechtel. I'll now take a roll call vote of all the Conservation Commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, present.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Chris McFarland.
Chris McFarland, present.
Chris McIntyre.
Chris McIntyre, present.
Angie Fernando.
Sanji Fernando, present.
Valerio Romano.
Valerio Romano, present.
Tom Bell, present. I'd like to start by welcoming our two new full commissioners to the Conservation Commission. They've served well as associates, and we needed to promote more people since Eric Eisenhower has now left us, but has left the commission. He hasn't left us completely. And so now, for the first time in a long time, we have a full commission of 7 commissioners. And I feel really happy that we've been able to accomplish this, and want to thank the Board of Selectmen and Town Manager Chris Senior for expediting these nominations to full. We also have a new associate commissioner who hasn't been sworn in yet, but you'll meet him in the next meeting, and I hope to have a second associate lined up for us within a week or two. So with that said, we now have a super majority of 7 people, 7 commissioners. So with that, we're going to move right along here to okay. Oh, well, before proceeding to the public hearing, the following items are continued until January 16th. Charlotte, stop me if I'm wrong, but
sorry, Tom, February 15th.
Right, February 15th, 2024. So the first one is NOI 24-2, Stormwater Permit 24-2, 35 Nichols Road. That is continued. Stormwater Permit 1915, Certificate of Compliance, 149 King Street, has also been continued to our next meeting on 2/15. Stormwater Permit 2209, 8 Spindrift Lane, has been continued to the same date. Oh, no, actually, why do I have 418? It must be 418 that it's continued to. Notice of Intent 18-1 and Stormwater Permit 18-1 for 811 to 819 Jerusalem Road is continued to 3/7 of 24. Notice of Intent 22-18 and Stormwater Permit 22-14 for Rosehill Lane is continued to 2/15/24. I don't believe we have any minutes to approve tonight, so we'll move right into our first subject is a review and discussion of the of the stormwater plan for 808 Jerusalem Road. Did I get that right?
Yes. And we will
actually I seem to. Oh yeah, okay, I did, right. 808 Jerusalem Road, a discussion, and this is a new sort of thing for me anyway. Since when do we have discussions of these things without a public hearing of some sort? And is this
this is an administrative stormwater permit, but since hearings are not required for administrative permits, this was a request per the commission as part of the prior RDA, which was submitted for work within the land subject coast storm flowage. We had wanted to see the stormwater design as part of the project to just ensure there's no adverse impact on the resource area. And with that, we have Patrick and Samantha.
Before that, do I need to read this in as a public?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, continue.
So yep, we have sorry, Patrick and Samantha from PMP Consulting, and Tridra promoter Sherry Green from South Shore Habitat for Humanity is in the audience as well for any questions. But I guess Pat and Samantha, feel free to take it away.
All right, so good evening, Commission. We were here a couple weeks ago. We filed an RDA in this project. The Commission granted us a negative determination with a couple of conditions, and one of them was that you wanted to see the stormwater permit as we submitted it to Charlotte. So we've done that. We made some adjustments to the plan, which we can share with you if you want to see that. We submitted the stormwater analysis to Charlotte for review, showing that we're actually reducing flows off site from the pre-development conditions as a redevelopment project. We have provided on the plan a couple of small rain garden areas as well to capture some of the roof runoff, to provide some additional measures of mitigation. The Commission made it quite clear that you didn't want to see any additional paving within the AE zone. So we respected that, and we're showing the driveway in that area to be pervious driveway. We've looked up some locally available pervious pavers to create an apron. And then the remainder of that area within the AE zone will be some other kind of pervious surface if they don't want to use the pavers the whole way. So that's what I can tell you about where we are with the project right now. We do have the stormwater report, which we submitted to Charlotte. I know she's gone over that, again, on the town form, again, showing that we reduced the flows off the site in all the storm events, 210 and 100-year storm events. So if you have any questions, we'll be happy to try to answer them.
Commissioners? I have a question. Are you talking about pervious asphalt here, or are you talking about pavers or?
Yeah, we're looking at some kind of a paver, and you'll forgive me, the name of the product escapes me right now. I've looked at it 17 times. Was that Unilock? Sorry, thank you, Sammy. Unilock pavers. They're locally available. We've looked them up. They look like a good product, and they'll create the stable surface that we want, at least for the apron coming in off of Jerusalem Road.
And okay, that's great. I would assume they're more expensive than asphalt.
Yeah, most of those products are. That's why, like I said, we've got the AE zone defined by the 10 contour, which again comes in just off of Jerusalem Road and takes up a small portion of the existing driveway area. So that's why I say we'll probably do an apron of those in that area, and then the rest will be outside the AE zone. It may be paved, or it could be a pervious surface. We've talked about doing clamshells, or maybe even just crushed stone. But we'll work with South Shore Habitat on that.
Okay, that's great. Commissioners, any other questions?
So,
I guess I had. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Charlotte. So the question that we had to do with the stormwater on this. I'm just wondering what is this, other than those two rain gardens, what is capturing the stormwater on this site?
Pat, Samantha, would you like to answer that?
Yeah. So, as we discussed earlier, this is a redevelopment project because it was a previously developed site.
Mm-hmm.
So, under stormwater management, we're actually meeting the thresholds for treatment by reducing the impervious area that was pre-existing here. We've actually reduced it by approximately 750 square feet from what was previously existing. So what that does is that actually results in a reduction. And again, this is a small site, so the numbers are very small. But the reduction in that impervious area actually results in a reduction of 63 cubic feet of water leaving the site. So by doing that, that equates under stormwater management, that actually equates to treatment. And then plus the 2 additional rain gardens will provide another approximately 36 cubic feet of water quality treatment. So because of the site limitations, we really can't do much of anything else. Again, we have a very small area. We have high groundwater, awful soils. So we're doing what we can, and we're meeting it to the maximum extent practicable.
Could you point out the storm drains on the plan here?
The existing storm drains in the road?
Yeah, the existing storm drains on the road.
Yeah, so it actually, Charles, if you can pan up so we see more of Jerusalem Road, please.
Yep.
So you guys are all familiar with that intersection. There are no catch basins around that corner. They're actually further to the right, which is well off the page because Jerusalem Road continues to slope down in that direction. And that's where the catch basins in the street are. If I remember correctly, the first set of catch basins is about 100 or 150 feet away from the site.
There's 2 in front of the Greek church, which is a little, you can't see it on this plan, but
Yeah.
Probably here in this parcel. They're a little bit further over here. And I think that was one of my questions as well. I just didn't know if there were any catch basins around this corner between Jerusalem and Hall.
Yeah, the reason I asked the question is because there's regular flooding on Jerusalem Road in this length, not in front of this particular property, but you don't have to go very far before you encounter some pretty big areas of standing water after a rainfall. But I don't see that this is going to impact that one way or another if there's a storm drain between you and really the next curve, which is a good, probably 1/8 of a mile to the east.
Yeah.
What is the depth of groundwater? Or
We did a test hole out there. You can see it on the plan where the building is.
yeah.
We had a couple of feet of fill, and we got down about 3 feet in the ground, and everything was saturated. And then the natural soil below that at about 4 feet, it was just dense lacustrine silt and clays. It was just absolute garbage.
Is the depth of the rain gardens then you obviously considered that as they're not going to create just standing water?
Yeah, they're very shallow. They're only about 6 inches deep in reality. They're very shallow. Just big enough that they can capture a little bit of the roof runoff, let it try to infiltrate into the ground.
Okay.
So yeah, obviously our concern is you're right across the street from an area of critical environmental concern, Straits Pond, and we are mindful of having anything go into the pond, sediment, any kind of solvents or anything like that. But it seems like you have that under control. Would you point out your infiltration chambers on this diagram, please?
Yeah, we don't have anything in
Or
ground.
the rain gardens. I'm
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, the
So
rain gardens.
there's one just below the building. Yep, right there.
Okay.
And there's one just above the building towards Jerusalem Road right there.
Okay.
And we've talked to Charlotte. We're going to make a couple of updates to the final building permit plan to point out some roof drains actually going into those rain gardens. And we are going to add perimeter sedimentation controls.
So just briefly, the edge of the driveway is about 5 feet from the property line. Is that what I'm seeing with that?
The new driveway,
pervious driveway.
Road?
Yeah, from the it looks like an abutting property line from Nicholas Noon. There's a 5 foot wide utility easement there where you're putting in the pervious driveway, edge of driveway.
Oh, where it says edge of driveway? Yeah, we're about 5 feet off that property line with it. There's actually going to be a water line servicing the building behind it that's going to get relocated over in that area.
Was there any issue in designing the pervious driveway, the pervious pavement being 5 feet from the property line, or it didn't come up as an issue?
No, we didn't have an issue with that. There's just beyond that property line, I don't know if you're familiar, there's a big concrete retaining wall. And then further back, there's a big mountain of ledge.
Cool, thank you.
So
Any other
Charlotte,
comments or
you,
concerns? Go ahead,
Sorry,
Chris.
Tom. Charlotte, you reviewed all the numbers on this?
Yeah, I can pull up the report too, if you guys give me 1 second.
So Charlotte, you feel comfortable with the application, and do you see any and anything that would that you should call to our attention to maybe move this from administrative to full consideration by the commission?
So the site isn't even 5,000 square feet, so we're not dealing with that issue there. I did have comments, obviously, to mark and show where erosion controls are going in, because as you guys know, Jerusalem Road, this whole site area gets very busy. So they will be putting, as they said, they'll be putting erosion controls on the plan. So that's more like my short-term priority of just keeping the site contained, especially in this corner with a lot of traffic. And then I also had a question about any catch basins around where people will be coming and leaving the site on both ends, just to make sure that they're putting silt sacks in there, cleaning things up, but it doesn't sound like we have any of that there. Other than that, it would just be basic like road sweeping and maintenance there. And then I did ask a question about whether or not any roof drains or anything are going to connect or pipe to the rain garden. It sounds like they are going to specify that on the plans. And then one thing I can ask for administratively, because this is recorded before a COC is issued, is I just need to see a long-term operation maintenance plan as part of the stormwater standards. And they said that they would provide that for my review. But I guess to answer your question, Tom, I don't see any immediate concerns as long as the site is well contained and we're not dealing with any erosion and sedimentation that can get into the street. But in terms of the design, as we saw from the soil results, there's really not much else that they can do. Unless, and with the pervious driveway, that definitely, I think, helps a little bit more. Yeah.
So I guess my last concern is the construction phase and where you're going to stage your material. This is a little bit bigger than the ace of spades, but it's a very small lot. And so I really wonder where your construction entrance is going to be, where you're going to stockpile stuff, and where you're going to clean off the vehicles that the wheels of the vehicles that enter and exit the construction site.
Yeah, we'll talk to South Shore about how they plan on getting in and out of here, what the best point of access and exit is with the intersection right there. And at that location, we'll put a stabilized construction exit on the plans. So that way they have some place they can come in and out without tracking all the, mud and stuff out in the street. Obviously there's really no place to really stage much of any materials on this site. So anything will probably have to come off and then be brought back again. It's just going to be how it's going to have to be, because there's just no room.
Yeah. That's obviously a concern. Of course, there's a lot of room across the street. You never know. Maybe the Greek Orthodox Church would be generous enough to let Habitat for Humanity stage there.
All right.
In any case, we do need to see that on a plan, and I'm sure Charlotte is capable of making sure that it meets our standards where we've got the correct size fill on the construction entrance and sufficient room so that truck tires can be cleaned without tracking a lot of mud back onto Jerusalem Road, which of course you're probably well aware it's a major commuter artery for all those people that have to go to Boston every morning. And
Right.
yeah, it's going to be tricky. It's a busy intersection. So I'm sure that you're going to have details out there every day helping traffic get through the intersection.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Sherry Green. I'm the construction project manager for South Shore Habitat for Humanity.
Great.
And currently, the water line has been moved. That was at 237 Hall. It's well within that 5-foot easement that will be granted utility easement. And also in that driveway coming off Jerusalem, we've currently put in 20 yards of 1.5 inch crushed concrete. So that will help eliminate that process of the muddy tires. And sitting here now looking at the plan, I'm thinking we're also going to do it off of Hull where the other driveway will go. And that way we can maybe put the dumpster in there, have them come in and out easily, have, drops in the front of the house for building, things like that. So we'll definitely work with Charlotte and PMP to make sure that everybody is happy with what's going on, because it's a postage stamp, really.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I appreciate that. I was looking at that proposed driveway to the west and wondering how that was going to be utilized during construction. But if you are going to have two construction entrances, I think that that's probably a good idea since it is so small. I wouldn't say it's any trickier for Hall Street. I mean, there's about equal amounts of traffic on Jerusalem and Hall Street. I live in the neighborhood, so I go through that intersection a lot, so I'm fairly familiar with it. And I think that's really a good idea to add a second construction entrance, again with the ability to clean tires before they get out on the roadway, the public roadway.
Absolutely.
Yeah, commissioners, do you have any further comments or questions? With that, I mean, there's really nothing for us to vote on. Is that right, Charlotte? We're just going to say that, yeah, go ahead. You're
it's kind of awkward where like the stormwater agent or the commission can vote on administrative stormwater permits, but it's usually like we usually vote on them when they're tied to like a notice of intent and we're reviewing both in tandem. Since we kind of already reviewed the RDA, I mean, if the commission wants to vote, you can, or you can just leave it to me to have administrative approval and I'll finish my review and we'll wait on the site plans. But yeah, so it's kind of awkward when you're dealing with administrative, but we already did the RDA. So
I would say that if there's any objections from commissioners to surrendering this to Charlotte's tender mercies, speak up now. And if not, I would say that, yeah, let's go ahead and do this administratively.
Agreed.
Also agreed.
Agreed. Yep.
Agreed.
Okay, looks like we're good to go.
great. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank
Everybody have a
you.
good night.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Sherry.
Thanks, Charlotte.
Thanks, Sherry. Thanks, guys.
Bye-bye.
Okay, next is a public hearing for RDA 2402 94 Black Horse Lane. The subject is tree removal. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, February 1st, 2024 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform from RDA 2402 at 98 South Main. Public hearing is now open. Charlotte, it's up to you.
Hi, so we have Adam Brodsky from DCM Law representing the applicant, and I believe Nino is also, Adam, Nino will stay in the audience, but the applicant is present.
Well, thank you, Chair Bell. Can I present this quickly?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Again, Adam Brodsky, a local environmental and land use lawyer representing KD Custom Builders. Carmen Hudson, our professional engineer, filed the RDA, and I'm filling in for Carmen as she travels around the world. This is an after-the-fact RDA as a result of the removal of a hazard tree located approximately 190 feet from the limits of the Gulf River at the very, I guess, lateral extent of the outer riparian riverfront area. There was a large tree next to Mr. DeNuno's, or I should say KD Custom Builders' house and patio that became uprooted in a recent storm. I have not seen the video, but I believe Ms. Pechtel has a video showing literally the roots of this tree moving up and down, and the tree obviously was threatening the house. Given the emergency condition, Ms. Pechtel granted permission to have the tree taken down upon the condition of filing this after the fact RDA. The area will be loamed and seeded, and I respectfully suggest that the removal of this tree will have no adverse effect on the river, and ask that the Concom please issue a negative determination. Thank you.
Commissioners, comments, questions?
Charlotte, you want to just give us a brief summary on the video?
Okay, just a brief summary. Yeah, so when I first went to the site, I looked at the tree with the applicant. We thought maybe cutting down the tree could be avoided if we pruned some of the branches, and I told him to speak to a specialist on that. But after further evaluation, given the limited amount of soils, the tree was right on top of very limited amount of soil and ledge. And in a video that the applicant had sent to me, the tree was basically moving up and down in a windstorm like that underground. And the retaining wall here was already kind of cracked from previous disturbance from other storms. And the branches are, a good majority of the canopy was right over the home. So the applicant had submitted the RDA before the tree came out, but after further review, it was one of those things where I said, yeah, that's got to get taken out. But, please continue the hearing with the commission to see if any further action is required. But it did look pretty scary, and considering the close proximity to the house, that's why I made that decision after the RDA was submitted.
What kind of tree was this, Charlotte?
I believe it was a big oak tree. And it wasn't diseased, but, given the fact that it was growing on top of ledge and, it really didn't have any soil to grab onto.
Mr. Brodsky, any plans to replace that tree there or something to?
No, Mr. Bell, there are no plans to replace the tree.
Okay. Yeah, it's probably not appropriate to put one right next to the house again. So Charlotte, where do we go here? I suppose we're just going to, this is an RDA, so we do have jurisdiction. We approve of the removal of the tree, even if it's after the fact. So
you can issue a negative or a positive determination. Positive would imply filing a notice of intent with any further action. Negative would mean no further action under the Wetlands Protection Act and or the bylaw.
Okay, so I move that we issue a negative determination. What are the numbers we need here to make it all work?
Well, actually, judging from this, this is really tough, but judging from this, it looks like it may be barely within the buffer, so you could issue a -2 and -3 because it's in a resource area and a buffer zone, and then a -6 under the bylaw.
Okay.
And then with or without conditions in the buffer zone would be the -3. -2 is just it's in a resource area and doesn't remove, dredge, fill, or alter. And then -6 would mean no further action required under the bylaw.
Yeah, so it sounds like 2 and 6 is where we're at.
When we first looked at it, it looked like it was just in Riverfront, but judging from this, it's pretty much just within the 100-foot buffer. So I would say -2, -3, and -6. And then the -3, if you decide to put conditions there, you can do that too.
Wait a minute, 100-foot buffer to what?
The salt marsh.
Oh,
So this is the green line.
oh,
Yeah.
I see. And the blue line is the.
Blue is the 200-foot riverfront.
Oh, I
Yeah.
see. I see. Okay.
Actually, wait, I think it was this tree. Sorry. So I'm sorry. It's -2 and -6 because it's this tree, not this coniferous tree. It's this one.
I see. Okay.
Correct.
Sorry. I was misreading the circle.
So to revise my motion, I make a motion that we issue a -2, number -6 for RDA 2402 with no further conditions.
Second,
That will have a roll call vote. Will Ashton.
Will Ashton, aye.
Oh, sorry. Did I hear somebody say something there? I guess not.
Probably my background noise, sorry.
Okay. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Chris McIntyre,
Chris McIntyre, aye.
Sanji Fernando,
Sanji Fernando, aye.
Valerio Romano,
Valerio Romano, aye.
John Bell, aye. That vote passes 7-0-0. Congratulations, new commissioners, on your first vote on anything.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Madam.
Right. Thank you. Okay, moving right along tonight. We are down to, we're going to resume discussion of stormwater permit 2401 for 26 Lambert's Lane. That's been continued from 1/18/24. I just note that there's also a notice of intent that's been filed here, but we will have no discussion about that notice of intent because we requested additional information that isn't available to us yet. So we're going to stick strictly to stormwater permit 2401.
Thank you, Tom. And I'm promoting the applicant, Mr. John Ormond, and his representative, Alton Stone from Alton Stone Engineering. And yes, we did confirm with the applicant as well that he will be continuing the notice of intent to February 15th, 20.
Good.
Looks like he accepted the invite, so he's just got to come over.
Waiting for Alton Stone.
Yeah, just waiting for him. There he goes. Hi, Alton. You're muted. Alton, if you can hear us, there you go.
Yeah, okay.
There you go. How you doing?
I'm doing fine, thank you. After today's rigorous meeting, walking.
All right. So Alton, I can pull up the stormwater page of the site plan. If you would like to walk us through the design, and I can pull up any other documents as well, but figured we'd start here.
Okay.
And I can zoom in and move around. Just someone let me know.
Am I running the cursor here, or are you still?
Oh, did you want to pull it up? I have it shared right now, unless you prefer to share it.
No,
and
that's
move
fine. I've just got the little arrow going around, and
Sorry, that's me. Yep.
that's you.
Yep. But yeah, the site
Okay.
plan is on the screen.
All right. All right. This plan first, if I might, it depicts the 4 house locations we have chosen. 1, 2, 3, and the 4th, I think, is further down, if I'm not mistaken. You can, move it up a little. And then the driveway, there's a shared driveway that comes in, the common driveway, and then this branches off of that, smaller driveways to each of the residences, to each of the homes. We have an attempt, or not more than an attempt, I think, for 3 of the homes. John can maybe update me if it's 3, all 4, John, are going to have galleries.
3 of them, only 3 needed
Three of the
galleries.
homes have galleries, Caltech infiltration galleries, using Caltech chambers, where the roof runoff will be directed via downspouts and roof drain leaders to the recharge, I call it recharge gallery, but it's, you know, a temporary storage gallery, infiltration, recharge, as you will. So we can take, first of all, and recharge as much of the water as we can to meet our requirement, and as well as to reduce the amount of runoff that's going to be going to the design points for our pre and post evaluation. And you can see the rate kind of, and here's one of them showing the chambers, and each 3 of the homes have them. And those are all set to go, except I mean, we've designed them and the design has been handed in. They've been used in the model. However, we still have to do, as I understand it, the commission would like test bits at each and a soil evaluation to finalize our depth to water table and the nature of the soil in terms of grain size and infiltration capacity, if you will. So that is to be scheduled when we are permitted again to start work again. I think we're on a stop work order at the moment. And once that's lifted by, is that the building commission?
Correct. Yeah, the building inspector.
A building inspector, and when they will reduce that or alleviate that so that we go in and do our test pit work, we will. So that's our next stage on finalizing those galleries.
I'm sorry to interrupt there. There are 4 shown on the page, 1 for each house. So will 1 be removed from the site plan?
Yeah, the lot 4, Alton determined that wasn't needed when he took it out of the model. The numbers still were okay.
Okay. All right. So the subsurface system and roof drain stuff here will be removed from the plan?
Yes.
Okay.
There'll still be a water tank though for
Yeah.
rain barrel water tank, 1,000
Okay.
gallon.
Yeah, but no subsurface system
Yeah,
here.
correct. Yeah.
So that one's going. Okay.
Nextly, in terms of the driveways, we've gone to using porous pavement in some locations and gravel in others to reduce runoff. And in addition, we have placed bioswales along the shared driveway, which is a larger one. And there's a cross section on this straight out of the DEP Stormwater Management. I think it's volume 3 or volume 2 or 3 that shows you the design of all these systems. Now, in the modeling of these, I used, I might say, I'll take responsibility. HydroCAD has a curve number for roads and driveways that have a ditch alongside them, and if I'm not mistaken, a right-of-way, which would be vegetated. And so we used that curve number here for simplicity at this moment. I'm still considering getting together an actual node for this that would fit into HydroCAD. How I'm actually going to show this thing in HydroCAD as a node. You know, the galleries are pretty straightforward. They do themselves. They have their own installation gallery wizard, they call it, which just you put in the number of galleries and they figure it out for you, which is very nice. But this is a little more complicated, and they would essentially more come out. They would be bioswales, but they would be more like linear detention ponds, if you will, or retention ponds alongside of the driveway if we need to increase our ability to manage stormwater along the driveways. In that essence, it would store the water and recharge some of it, of course, and then treat other through the bioswale, and certainly retain perhaps more, the better word, some of the runoff, and then these would have kind of overflow points that are shown periodically, where water would go over some type of a what do I want to call it, a weir, if you will, and be discharged or other way. And this is a picture of, or a diagram of the stormwater rain barrels that are being incorporated to some of the homes to store the water, the rainwater. This will, of course, reduce runoff, and it will promote waste of water, if you will, so that this can be used during the dry season to do the watering. So that's one of our intentions here toward what one might call environmental sensitive design, putting a big rain barrel in and letting it all just disappear as runoff. This is John's idea. I'll give him the credit for these. He's used them in the past, and I have used them on other projects as well, and found them to be successful in managing stormwater and in promoting the overall project, helping out the new homes in providing stormwater storage. And that's the main issues of the stormwater design we're doing. And other facets of this that we are assuming are going to improve our stormwater management are the covering of some of all the bare ledge there. I don't consider, maybe I'm wrong, maybe there's a salamander or a lizard specialist here who will take me to task on this, but I'm of the opinion that a lot of that ledge is not particularly functional wildlife habitat. I mean, it just promotes runoff. It's just a bare hot stone much of the time, or bare stone. So our plan is to, as much as we can and is feasible, cover that with loam or topsoil or some similar material, and then plant it with a native seed mix there. Think of it as erosion control, however you will, grasses, forbs, the seed mix that you've listed in your bulletin there as suitable for this area. And in places where we could maybe plant some shrubs or small trees where we could hammer in, let's say, a tree basin, if you will, within that material. And I think in addition to that, I proposed kind of taking a rock hammer and grooving and roughing up the surface as much as we can to promote maintaining soil in the area, not having it just wash off. And then naturally there'd be a lot of erosion control mats over it, or some type of a membrane, if you will, and being seeded as quickly as it can. So that's the proposed there to help reduce runoff and to promote wildlife habitat and, overall, let's say, improve the property. The same thought has gone to the dumping areas, dumping grounds that will improve. By improving those, we're going to get better wildlife habitat, less water coming off of the property. But I don't want to get into the dumping grounds per se at this moment. That's another topic. I'm just mentioning similar activity to reduce stormwater runoff. We're trying to do that as much as we can everywhere. Promote, not just have grass lawns, but promote with more of a native seed mix, which gives better wildlife habitat. And of course, bigger, thicker plants like that will reduce stormwater runoff and allow more to infiltrate and such. So that's kind of pretty much the stormwater plan. We modeled, if you will, in two subcatchments. The first one you can see, outlined in purple there, is subcatchment 1, which is a portion of the site which generally discharges to the east, if you will, and then to the wetland. But we use the property border as the design point, the purpose of modeling, and that's the portion of the property that discharges eastward, if you will. And then we had a second, based on topography and what we're doing to the property. Secondly, we have subcatchment 2, which is that portion of the property. It's outlined in kind of the orangey gold color there, which discharges to the southeast, if you will. And so those are our two major watersheds that were modeled. And for post-development conditions, and originally were done in pre-development conditions in an earlier model that we produced and planned. And that is pretty much what goes into the model. And I think on this plan, I believe I show the flow arrows, direction of flow arrows, which are requested by the commission for the bylaw. And also the times of concentration were put on this drawing, if I'm not mistaken, to show the length of and where it is our sheet flow and then our shallow concentrated flow. So to illustrate that, because it's sometimes a little difficult just from the model printout to understand what we're talking about when it's, here's a TC flow path. Where is it? It's actually a line on the plan, which is the anticipated line that the water will flow on it at the time of precipitation. All right. Any other questions from here? The commission for the moment from the stormwater situation. And if we sent the report in to Charlotte and the commission in general, and our post-development flow rates cubic feet per second discharge rates were less than or equal to those of the existing conditions. And the existing conditions going back to, let's say, before work such as recently been done to the site was done. So the work that John did under another permit and such has is not included as existing conditions. We're going back to what was there a year ago before anything was done to the property.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Well, the question is, what are existing conditions? That's always a debate in projects. Is it what you see right out there now, or really what was there before anything was done? So going back to the tree business, to the tree removal business, there was alteration, and then John got a stormwater permit to do further alteration of the property, removal of ledge and removal of other filling of areas and removing and grading and such things. And so the existing conditions are intended to go back before any of that was done. This is the way it was before that sort of mankind looked at it, if you will. We're trying to get for the existing conditions to incorporate really what it was before alteration was performed. And so and then the proposed, or what we have proposed with the driveways and the houses and such, and other work that would be done, grading and as I said, putting in loam on top of area there's.
Can we look at the pre-development proportions of the land? I couldn't find that page in the calculations. Charlotte, I don't know if you know it off the top, but I'd be interested to see what percentage was wooded or grass and wooded prior.
I suggest you look at near map and not just at the last time that we noted the removal of trees, but correct me if I'm wrong, the house was purchased in 2020, September 2020.
Yes.
So I think we should look, if you can do the mirror on near map, you can tell pretty clearly the alterations that have occurred since that time. And it's a lot more than a couple trees that came out, last year or whenever that was. It's been a lot of clearing. And going to the site today, I mean, to me, it looked, that it was obvious that site has just been ravaged.
Chris, we can continue that conversation for the notice of intent. But yeah, no, that is a good point to note the existing conditions that Alton is relating to on the plans. And I think, Will, did you have a question about this? Is this what you're looking for in the report?
No, there's for the prior and the post, there's a calculation based on the number
summary.
of acres,
Okay.
the number of acres that are wooded, grass, paved, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, and the narrative.
I couldn't find the pre.
So this really gets to the curve numbers that are used on each portion of the individual catchments. What proportion is grass, for example, or woods or ledge. And so the commission, it sounds to me like the commission is concerned about whether those curve numbers were appropriately apportioned based on the conditions in September of 2020, I suppose. So that's what we're looking for, Mr. Stone, is the curve numbers that were used and whether they're appropriate. That's a starting point for your HydroCAD calculation, and then of course the end of that is how you're going to deal with the water under the new situation. And I have some questions about that. But let's deal with, first of all, with the initial conditions and the curve numbers.
Alton, if you know the pages for the report, this is on page 4, but it looks like this is more for proposed. So do you have the existing conditions section in the HydroCAD report you sent me? I know this is 315 pages. But
not at the type of my head. It'd be much easier if I, in some way, could bring the model up, and then you can
Oh,
run
sure.
right
Yeah,
through
you
it.
can do that. If you want to share your screen, you can pull up the model and we can look at the existing runoff curve numbers that you put in. And then Alton, while you're doing that, I just wanted to confirm you're still researching a proper curve number for the bioswales, and you need to incorporate that into the report. Yeah, because at least when I was looking through it, I didn't see it. That was one of my comments. But that's good to know you're still looking at that. So.
Yeah,
All right, one moment here, if I
let's
can.
start, let's really iron out the initial conditions.
Okay. Yeah, Alton, you are welcome to share your screen.
And I
One
think
moment,
since,
I made a mistake there. I got it.
Mr. Stone, I commend you, and Mr. Armand, I commend you for actually coming up with using these bioswales. They look very interesting. And I'm probably kind of convinced that they are workable solutions there, but there are other issues with them that we need to talk about. Look, first of all, let's talk about the initial conditions.
Let me see if I can find this thing. One moment, if you will.
Charlotte, while he's looking for that, can you please refresh our memory on the final design grading? Do you have that drawing? Because the drainage plan has the existing grading. It doesn't have the final grading on it.
Yeah, I can try to see if it's on the utility. Yeah, the utilities page.
That still exists. That's the
Well, it shows some grading here.
I don't think so. I think that's all considered existing and it's just running into the house.
Well, at least I mean, Alton can confirm, but at least here, like these lines that are kind of darker, it looks like, unless you're just doing 10 increments. Okay.
Yeah. Those were existing grades.
Okay.
I have the HydroCAD up, Alton. You did from last year. If you want me to bring it up.
From last year?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what that does.
Well, they want the existing curve numbers based on the layout before we had the last stormwater report.
All right. Well, we can do that, but I believe I put those into the current model. But bring the other one up first. We can.
Right, sure. Do you want me to? Can I take over the screen?
Those values into
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Okay. So these are the areas from before. Can you see that? You need me to enlarge this or? So this is the model. This is the pre-model in HydroCAD, and Alton shared this with me. I happen to have a copy here, and I have a trial version of HydroCAD here, so I was able to bring it up. So you want to compare these numbers to the existing numbers. So that's kind of what you have there.
Am I reading this wrong? I mean, it's pretty small, but it looks like you've got 19 square feet of trees, bushes, and 19 square feet. Really?
19,000.
Ah, okay, good.
Yeah.
It's really small, so I couldn't tell whether that was a decimal place or a comma.
And where are we over at site existing conditions, SC1?
Yes. Yeah, correct. Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to bring that up, open, edit, if you will.
So the first thing I see that I want to point out here is that your runoff numbers for trees and bushes and over 75% grass cover are higher than in the new conditions. They're both low 70s, which would skew the stormwater better for the new condition.
Yeah, I saw that too. I spoke to. Well, go ahead, Elton. Yeah,
is this active? I can't get it to open or work, or is this just a drawing?
I don't know what you have there, but I have the HydroCAD number. I have the report up. If you look at the screen, I can drive it if you want. Just look at the screen. I'll drive it. All right. So to answer your question, I spoke to Elton about this. The existing grass was kind of scattered and it's in kind of poor material. So Alton gave it a higher number on purpose because he said that basically it wasn't really good grass cover. but the new grass cover is going to have new loam and it's going to be thicker, more dense grass. So it uses the standard curve number for grass, which is 72.
Well, let's keep our conversation to the initial conditions.
Yeah, sure.
It gets confusing if we start to conflate those two. So, trees and brush. So where do these curve numbers come from, Mr. Stone?
They come from HydroCAD. John, can somehow I get control of the screen for a moment, please?
Yeah, I can.
All right. I'm just trying to bring it up. And I don't know why it's so small here either.
I can give you remote control if you're in here. Let me see if you're in here.
Yeah,
Okay, I just gave you remote control. You have control now.
All right. So what I'm trying to do is bring SC1 here and edit, and then we can.
Well, that's what I have up. I have SC1 up and edit.
I don't think you can pass control of your cursor to Alton. I think you need to close your screen, and Alton needs to open his screen, and then he can use his cursor.
I'm sorry, what has to happen, sir?
Well, first of all, Mr. Orman needs to close his screen share. You need to open your screen share, and then you can display what's on your screen, and your cursor will be under your control, and you can run it anywhere you want on that screen.
I need to bring up my model.
I think, Alton, I think we can go faster if you just tell me what you want to see on the model, and then I'll bring it up. Because if you look at your Zoom screen, can you look at your Zoom screen? Can you see it now?
What?
Just tell me what to click, and I'll click it, and then I'll bring it up.
Go to SC1.
Yeah.
And right click and bring up edit.
Okay, that's what I had up.
All right, now hit areas. And I don't know why everything's so small on this screen.
Okay. I don't know how to make it bigger here, but this is kind of what it is.
So let's go to which is the one we're talking about? Grass cover.
Grass at 80. Yeah, they're questioning why grass was at 80, and then on the other model, we had this conversation because I questioned it also, and you basically said that the grass was thinner, and then the new one, the grass is thicker.
All right, let's do this. I mean, we have existing and proposed on this page, don't we? Or is this just strictly existing?
This is the existing model, and then the proposed model. We're doing a surface area comparison.
Where it says, please, grass cover, hydrologic soil group D, please put your cursor on curve number and then hit look up curve number. Or I do that one, look up the curve number. Now, what does it say?
Yeah, there you go. That's correct.
What would we give it? D,
you gave it an 80.
Good condition. And what's the runoff curve there? 80?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So
to answer Will's question, well, if you look at C and D, it's based on, I don't know if you're a scientist in this particular subject matter, but Alton is certified in this area.
He's a geologist.
Okay.
And our geology around here consists of dirt mostly. It's soil. There's not a lot of hard rock work. I was speaking that over with gentlemen earlier.
Let me just say that looking at that grass, at least on the lower area, that's pretty lush stuff. And I would guess that curve number is way lower than 80. That's almost ankle high grass on the bottom of that swale. There are places that we don't know anymore because it's all been so disturbed now.
So we can go to speed.
Let me finish, please.
Yeah.
Don't interrupt me, Mr. Ormond.
Oh, no, I'm not. Sorry.
Good, thank you. I would say that just based on the grass cover that we walked on today, in the lower part of that of your property on the north side, that's pretty lush grass there. This is not fescue, I don't believe. Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but this looks like some sort of native grass or whatever. It's ankle high, and I think you're exaggerating that curve in the wrong direction. If anything, that grass is going to have a super low curve number. Maybe 39 is more appropriate than 80.
For that, but if I might jump in.
Sure.
There's other areas where grass cover is not so good. If you go up to the kind of the top of the high point of the site up there, when you come in the driveway, It's very rude, the grass there. And so this is sort of more of a general number. It could be broken out two different ways. How much is, the amount of grass area which is good, if you will, and the amount of which is not so good, rather than kind of get an approximate, what would we call median number, if you will. So that's not unfair a comment, sir, and that can be done because it is obviously better down below in that field where we were today.
We'll never know what it was like anywhere else because everything else has been so disturbed.
We might know a little bit because we can look back at 2019 in the near map and see how.
Now we can see a little bit there, but this is pretty granular here. We're talking about whether grass is 6 inches high and well rooted, and
well, you can tell Tom, that the tree cover is much more significant, right? So if this was calculated anytime after 2021, these runoff numbers, then you have to, in my opinion, you have to look at when the disturbance really started, which is after the property was purchased in 2020, and you can see with just from the near map that it's forest cover that's been, so if in my opinion that condition is what needs to be modeled, because that's
So as I was trying to say before, is I had the same questions for Alton. I said, what do you use here for numbers? And he basically said those are the numbers that are there, that were there when I did my first calculation on existing conditions. But we can go back and we can upgrade the numbers with we can move the numbers to 72 and rerun the simulation, and the runoff will still pass because there's so much infiltration on the new model. There's a huge threshold or a huge buffer to absorb the water. So I guess Charlotte could bring up the matrix of the summary report that shows before and after.
Mr. Orman, please, you're not driving the meeting here. We are.
Yeah.
So,
well, because I actually ran these numbers because I had the same questions. I knew this would come up, and I ran them with 70. I ran them with 50.
You're out of order. Mr.
Yeah, sorry.
Orman, you are out of order.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The current conversation is about existing conditions, and we're trying to sort this out. Once we get past existing conditions, we are going to move on to proposed conditions.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So we're just trying to understand what numbers you're using, why you use them, whether they're appropriate for the existing conditions. Of course, this is complicated by the fact that the existing conditions have been, at least the 2020 conditions, have been drastically changed, which makes our job and your job much more difficult. Mm-hmm. So we're trying to sort this out so that you get a fair shake, but at the same time, this calculation is as realistic as it can be with this crappy program HydroCAD, which is totally unrealistic, but we've got to bring at least within the parameters that exist in HydroCAD. And right now, there's some question about existing conditions. I think Commissioner McIntyre's comment about the fact that this was densely forested is really germane to the conversation. But we're starting with the grass. We're moving on to the forest too. So try not to interrupt. Answer our questions. We pose them, you answer them. I mean, that's the way this works, right? And when we ask you to tell us about how you did it and stuff, then go ahead. But continued interruptions are just going to slow the whole process down.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know how you work.
Through the, Mr. Chairman.
Trying to be logical about the whole thing.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Alton Stone here. May I make a comment?
Yeah.
My existing conditions was based on somewhat on air photos that I looked at, but also on the several times I had been on the property when I was doing wetland delineation, 2 years ago, I think it was 2020. I can never do those. 2022 or whatever it was, 2021.
Is that what you're talking about?
Wetland delineation does. And when I was there doing other activities for Mr. Orman, we did some soil augering in that lawn area to look about suitability for septic system in there, and some other activities that brought me down to the property. And so it was, I walked around, I was there quite a bit. And then I was there when we were all there when the trees were in the tree issue, and we really walked the property in a fair amount of detail, I think, with commissioners. But I wasn't aware that that property was forested at the whole time. You know, once at one time that whole lawn area was woods, or other portions of the property were woodland. I wasn't aware of that. But as to the grasses business, that's kind of was tended to be more of an average, if you will, across the property.
Yeah.
Whereas down in that green area you're mentioning, yeah, it's a much better one. We can run down some of these curve numbers here if John can bring it up, can bring that up, edit again, and we can take a look at that.
You know, one of the flaws or weaknesses of these models, of course, is that they, for example, we're talking about the soil type, whether it's A, B, C, or D, and these are gross. The maps you're working from, the USDA maps, are gross approximations of very large areas. Totally, in fact, they even warn you when you go on their website that this is not appropriate at the site level. So it's incumbent upon you, Mr. Stone, to go out on the site and understand the real conditions and not necessarily go out of the book and say, oh, this is a Hollis complex soil, so therefore it's a D. That's nonsense. You need to actually understand the soil conditions there before you select a curve number.
We'll have to do more of that then. I mean, I generally go with start with the NRCS.
You're not the only one that does this, and
sir.
I don't mean to imply that you
All right.
that your methodology is any better or worse than anybody else's. But I just say, as a scientist, and I look at this and I think this is complete nonsense.
Well, I guess
to use maps, USDA soil maps that are even warned by the U.S. government not to use them on sites because they're not the scale that they're mapped at is not appropriate for a site scale use. So we're stuck with it. We just want to, at least in this case, in all cases, we want to arrive at something that everybody's been working with and make sure it's as accurate as it can be.
Well, okay, if I might speak to that, I would
Yes.
say a good portion of the property is exactly what the NRCS map says. I mean, you can't have more of a rock outcrop soil type than you do right up at the top of that property where the ledges are in that area and there and others. I would agree that down in the lawn area that we've been focusing on as well, I think that might be Birdsall up there. That's a different soil type that the map shows, which is going to have a, I don't know, I don't know if it's A or not, but it certainly would be probably a B soil down in there. Based on my hand auger exploration earlier on, you know, it's a sandy loam type soil down there, if you will. So we can propose to do that, more of that. Certainly we will when we have to do the test pits for the stormwater systems. We'll be doing a lot of soil investigation there and narrowing it down. And if a commission member, Charlotte, or perhaps yourself, will keep you posted on the day we do that. So if someone wants to come out and review it with us, I'm fine by that. I'll always take peer review by knowledgeable people. And that always helps to get our numbers and things designed to the best. So we will certainly, of course, appraise the commission when we're going to go out and dig those test pits. So all who want can come and join us and look at what's under the ground. There we go. So
we questioned the numbers that have been used for the grass cover. And
can you question them? Excuse me, sir.
We've questioned the fact that you've used the maximum curve number for the grass cover, when in fact it looks like the grass cover probably has a lower curve number than that. The next issue is really the one that Commissioner McIntyre brought up in that most of this was forested, which has a completely different curve number from grass cover.
Certainly. John?
Yeah, I think.
Can you go to the areas? Can you edit and bring up area again, please?
Yeah, sure. For existing? Yeah,
Yeah,
right
for
here.
this existing one here.
Yep, that's it.
All right, if you go up to where we have the grass,
Mm-hmm.
and then go over and put your cursor on the curve number, and then go edit curve number. I mean, then see whatever it is.
Look
Yeah.
up CN. Yeah.
Look up CN. Now if we just go down this list a little, we'll see what we have up there. I can't hardly read it. We have open space. What are those? You can read. You can see them better than me.
You need to
Yeah.
scoot down till you get to forested.
I think we got to get down a little till this. Where does the grass show up in there? I think you're up, just down a little more, John.
So do you
Yeah.
want to look at grass or forest right now?
I want to look at grass first. Let's wrap the
Okay.
grass up first, okay?
Okay, so this is the grass right here, and there's 3 levels of it: good, fair, and poor. And then there's different levels based on the soil sample, the soil charts that you used, that Charlotte sent you.
All right, so this is grass cover greater than 75%, which we
Mhm.
certainly have down there. And if we take that up to C soil, we get 74 curve number. If you take it to a D soil, you get an 80. What is that? 80 curve number.
Yeah, I mean that's their main point is that we use 70. You used 80 on pre, and then post we use 74. And you told me that it's better grass basically. Tom Bell's argument is that well maybe it should be 74, and I actually did simulate a 74 in there for that, and it still passed. So it's still going to pass. You could probably use a 50 in there and it would still pass. And so
I have a technical question here. The ABCD is soil quality, not grass quality, and you're not changing the soil, so it should be the same. Unless you're planning on
we're
filling the
replanting
whole site.
the new area. There's like new grass being planted, in like a large area. There's new
Again, we're talking about existing conditions in 2020.
existing conditions in 2020. Yeah, so that basically
That's our starting point.
It seems as though we have to agree on.
Since then is irrelevant.
So so whatever 2020 was, we can put those numbers in and we'll still pass. So whatever you want to put in there, let's say we put 40 in for the whole property. We'll say that it was the best of everything. We'll put 40 in for every category, and it's still going to pass. So that's what I'm trying to point out is that, it could be wooded or not. It's still going to pass the HydroCAD because we're taking all the water from the roofs.
Put 40 in and run the model and show us.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to do it now or?
No.
All right. Yeah, I can. I mean.
No, this is not. We're not doing. This is not a lab exercise here.
Okay. Well, I'm just trying to point out that these numbers don't have a high statistical impact on the outcome of the new curve numbers. Mathematically. So, I mean, just by looking at them, you can kind of calculate
Okay,
it.
so that's an assertion. You need.
Well, no, I actually ran the simulations because I knew this would come up. I knew Alton used lower numbers, higher numbers on existing and lower numbers on them. So this is going to be an issue. So
you have those. Can you present those to us right now?
Yeah, I can bring up the model. Sure.
Okay.
So let me bring up the other one. Stop share for a second. I gotta close this out. I'm not. I'm not a HydroCAD expert here, but I can bring it up. Hold on.
If you can bring it up and then let me move through it, it might move a little quicker.
Mhm.
And get to my points.
Charlotte, what's our time here?
7:46.
No.
Oh.
Since it started.
I think we're at about 25 minutes.
Okay, we need to wrap this up, guys, pretty quickly.
All right. If perhaps the best way, if I may speak, Chairman,
Yes.
is for us to now we have other things going on with our stormwater that have been brought up to commission, the bioswales and such things, is to sit down and run some of these numbers for you. And the only trouble with HydroCAD printout is horrible. You just can't get through that 146 pages. I don't know if there's someone in your group that is familiar with HydroCAD, and I usually send the model over so then they can, work with it themselves and see what goes on much quicker. You can get the result than trying to look at that. But what we can do,
I'm familiar with it, but it's not our role to do your modeling.
Well, it's not to do my modeling. It's just you can read my results more easily. But what I can do is print out the appropriate, the particular stuff for the grasses, separate that out and get it into a more usable report format than just throwing Charlotte 146 pages of stuff that just goes on endlessly and never, to me, ever seems to get to the point of what's going on.
Well, I think as an official submission, you need to run those 140 pages, but if you can create a good summary page that we can look at, that would be really helpful.
That would be my idea.
And I
Obviously,
think
you
that's the way to go here. We haven't even gotten to, I mean, I have some questions about actually the proposed conditions. I mean, I really like the looks of these bioswales, but you got them everywhere. They're going, it looks like, you know, you've got a lot of them there, and that's probably a good thing. However, my concern is that there's not a lot of soil out there. So it just seems like you are going to need to chip a lot of rock and create a lot of trenches out there in the bedrock to create your bioswales.
I think when we're there, that'll have to have the locations of bioswales. We'll have to have a little more testing, shall we say, on the suitability of them in certain locations.
I agree.
Kind of put up the
Like
same as
test
we are
pits.
with the deep holes for our recharge galleries.
I mean,
We're finding exactly the soil in those areas of the bioswales.
there are elements of your stormwater permit that I think are something that we haven't seen a lot of, but I like what I see. The idea that you're storing your rainwater for the dry season, I really think is a great idea, and I wish more people in town would do that. And the use of a bioswale, I think, is a really innovative thing. Well, not innovative. I think it's a really good solution. It's a very environmentally acceptable solution. And I'd like to see all this work here. Well, let me say I'd like to see how it works. So I'd encourage you to keep going down this road of using these BMPs. But the commission needs to feel like what you've designed is actually going to work. And as everybody who's been out there has seen, there's an awful lot of bedrock exposed at surface. And where it's not exposed at surface, the amount of soil is very thin. In fact, you've talked about covering some of the bedrock, which I wouldn't approve of in any way. Bedrock's bedrock. When it's sticking out of the ground, it needs to stay that way. And you may be worried about whether it's a good habitat or not. It serves an ecological purpose. It's a natural feature, and covering up your bedrock is, I don't approve of that.
Yeah, so Tom, I changed the
in
number to
case,
80 here.
In any case, we're sort of running out of time on this this hearing, and we already know that you guys need to put in soil pits before we're really going to seriously consider your stormwater proposal, your stormwater permit. So I think that at this point tonight, knowing that you're going to have to continue, we should continue. You need to get those test pits in at each one of your infiltration chambers so that we can understand whether or not you have your appropriate 24 inches of clearance above the seasonal high water table before we can move forward with it. So I would recommend to you that you continue the hearing and speak with the building inspector and convince him to allow you to do what limited amount of work is necessary to put those soil pits in, because you're not going to be able to move forward without those. So I would think that he probably needs to yield on that. It's up to him. It's not our decision, but I think that's where we need to go with this.
So how many test pits?
Yes, Chris.
The other thing is, I think it's critical that on the stormwater plan that we see the proposed contours. Because
agree.
it, you know, how the bioswales traverse the final contours is critical.
If I might interrupt here for a moment, the post one does have the proposed contours on it, if I'm not mistaken. The existing are in a finer line and kind of a gray, and the proposed should be in a white line that is somewhat thicker, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe we can bring the plan up if it's handy, excuse me, Mr. Chairman. If we can bring the plan up, maybe we can identify these a little bit better.
Yeah, sure.
For the
Let's see
commissioners.
if that needs to be fixed before you return.
Alton, I'll admit it's a little hard to find the proposed. So in gray, I'm assuming that's existing. And then can you point out what color? You said white?
Well, or it's another color.
It's on
I was going to say, but I can't see white.
No, okay, excuse me. It may be thicker, but I don't have a plan in front of me. I just have Mr. Zoom. Do we have a plan that can come up and it helps?
Yes, I'm sharing. I'm sharing the stormwater.
I can clarify this if you give me a second. The existing conditions plans has the original contour and the proposed has the new contours. There's no two listings of two contours on the same plan. It'd just be too confusing to read it.
So everything in gray that we see with numbers for grading is proposed?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, maybe we could change that.
Charlotte, that can't be true because if you look at the driveway going to the house towards the back, you see two contours which are like I don't know, like 10 feet apart from each other, and then there's no other contour. I mean, that's not the way the driveway's gonna. You're not gonna have like a big dip in the driveway and then all of a sudden it doesn't do anything either direction. There's definitely
well, it stays flat at 50 over there by that lot.
Excuse
lot
me.
2 house.
To the chairman again, can we get a plan up? We're just talking about nothing.
No, there is a plan in front of the rest of us.
Okay, I'm not seeing it for some reason. I don't know what's happening. I just got Zoom.
So I'm pulling up, I don't know if you have two screens, Alton, but I just shared my screen.
Okay.
Can everyone see the plan?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I can see it. Alton, you have to click the other Zoom button down on the right side of your screen.
Right side of the screen, there's a Zoom button. I have one on the left.
Yeah.
All right, there we go. All right. So this is which is this? Existing
this is the stormwater.
This is proposed, yeah.
Stormwater. Well, this one here, is this my cursor? Are you seeing here?
This is mine. Yep.
Oh, okay. If you can point out one of the lines that on the proposed, both contours should be there. They're always on a proposed plan. You show the existing, and the proposed has to tie into the existing.
Yep,
it just doesn't go on its own to the moon.
In this drawing, they are not. We only have proposed.
So yeah, we should.
If I could make a recommendation for your stormwater permit, Mr. Stone, there's an awful lot of stuff here that in various colors and much of which is unnecessary for the discussion of a stormwater system. So anything that's not related to stormwater runoff should be eliminated. It'll make our conversations much easier.
All right. If I may comment, sir, I believe all those little blue arrows are required by the bylaw or somewhere else that we have.
Well, we do like to we do like to see those flow directions. You're right. But there are a number of other things like the vegetation symbols and the wetland flags and that and the buffer zones and that are unrelated to a stormwater conversation. And so all of that could go.
Well, I would recommend, Alton, I sent you a bunch of comments, and I think there's a way to make this page in particular a little bit more readable. One of my suggestions, and it's not necessarily specified in the bylaws reg specifically, but if you take out the sub-catchment, stuff and put it on a separate diagram. That's normally what we see in a stormwater permit submission. We would see a site plan with existing and proposed conditions, including any buffers. But then the subcatchment diagrams and plans are normally submitted as a supplementary part of the plan set. So if you take out some of these colors and we take out the arrows and we blow this up a little bit on the plans, put the details on a separate page, it'll definitely, I think, help read everything. And then I did have some comments for the property borders. And in my comments, I sent you some examples of some site plans where we typically see the design for stormwater. So we can definitely chat about this maybe offline a little bit more, but I think it's important to see the basic existing conditions and proposed conditions, but I know this is a very complex design, so we might have to tweak that a little bit, as the chair has mentioned. So I'm happy to have that conversation, but I guess, sorry, Tom, I'll turn it back to you. I just wanted to kind of note that there's definitely a way to clean this up.
As a general guidance, Mr. Stone, if it's related to the stormwater system, put it in. If it's related to the NOI, put it on another plan, because we're not considering this. The wetland flags and the wetland boundaries have no bearing on your stormwater plan. So these are lines that just are cluttering up your drawing.
Oh, we were told last time we came to put the buffer zones back in this plan.
In this one?
Yeah, in the
stormwater
plan. Yeah.
Huh.
So we're getting two messages.
Well,
which one should we go with?
This is the chairman, of course. I'm chairman now, right?
You weren't. I don't think you were at the last meeting, but
No, I wasn't.
we'll do it. I guess we'll take everything out again.
Yeah.
No. Sorry. I can clarify exactly what we said last time.
Mm-hmm.
We said that we wanted more plans that differentiate these different characteristics. A layout and material plan, a grading and drainage plan, a subcatchment plan, the standard set of civil drawings that you get with a large development like this. So you will have an NOI plan that has wetland flags on it. And then your grading and drainage should have both existing contours and proposed.
Okay, we didn't hear that last time, but
Thanks,
that's
Will.
fine.
It's if I
That's
may
exactly
again
right, Will. Thank you.
YouTube.
comment to Mr. McIntyre, I don't disagree with him through the chairman here, if I will, Mr. Bell. Typically, and this was initially going to be, there's a grading and utilities plan that kind of puts those two together. If that's acceptable, I'm willing to put it however the commission would prefer to see it.
I personally, this is just me, and I look at drawings all the time, all day, every day. Putting the utility lines through existing and proposed contours would be more confusing, I think.
All right.
There's usually a separate utility plan.
That's fine. I don't disagree with you that there's a lot of lines on this plan.
Yeah.
And I have sometimes had a little trouble picking out one thing or another. But I try not have too much color on them when I'm working, though, using line type width and type of line type, if you will, style, to make differentiations. And then color where we can, but limiting it so it's not intended to be a pied plan, if you will.
So I'm recommending that you request a continuation so that you can fulfill some of the requests, or all of the requests, I hope, so we don't have too many of these meetings. And I give you an opportunity to, as you're doing now, clarify what it is that we want to see. And I think that we communicated some of that, but if you have any lingering questions about what you need to come back with, let me clarify that for a stormwater permit, we want to see that you've done test pits on all of your infiltration chambers. We want to see the connections to the infiltration chambers. We want to see the elevation of the inlet and outlet of the infiltration chambers. And we want a clear summary of your HydroCAD results. And if you want to run a couple of different models, that might be helpful too. if you think that lower curve numbers, everything's still gonna work out for you, great, run that by us, and nothing could be more convincing than being conservative here with your numbers.
Yeah. So do you want Alton to use like
You can
same-
run if you want to run a best and worst case scenario. I think that would be fine. I don't think you need to run 100 different simulations here. 2 would be fine. Best and worst case scenario. And if your worst case scenario doesn't work, then you scoot it up until you get one that just barely works. And we'll look at those numbers and hopefully recognize that they are conservative numbers, and it'll give us some confidence that your model is as good as HydroCAD could ever produce, which is basically junk anyway. But that's how I would approach it if I were on your side of the table.
I might make a comment, sir.
Yeah.
Regarding HydroCAD junk. I'm not saying it's totally accurate. A model is only, as good as what goes in, and it is based on TR55 and TR20, which were originally developed by the NRCS, if you will.
Yeah, 50 years ago.
It makes something that is workable, but it's like, is a perk test perfect for septic systems? No, but we have got a lot of experience with this, whether it's exactly right or wrong, it's at least the best we can come up with. And, if you've seen dozens of these things, you know whether that's a good one or not. It's the best we can come up with, though. And people write too much into it, in my opinion. Oh, this is a perfect thing. It isn't. It lets you know gives you an estimate of the pre and post runoff. And it also helps you design best management practices, because you can design a gallery and run it and find out how many chambers you need and such things as that. So that's its value, but it's not a perfect description of the property, if you will. And anyone who thinks this is 100% perfect, exactly what their property is wrong on that. It's not.
Well, I believe DMF is upgrading their standards, and we're moving from 50 or 60-year-old hydrologic models to ones that are only 30 years old. So,
do you have a suggestion in that one, sir? I know there's some other people who do this.
No, we are living with what DMF tells us, and whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, this is what we have to work with. So I guess my suggestion that if you think that you can put in lower curve numbers and make it still work, that'd be a very convincing argument to us. If it doesn't work and you put in numbers that seem that you can defend and it does work, then that's also convincing. But the main thing is here, at this point in the conversation, we don't have all the information we need. One of the most critical parts of any system is the infiltration at your infiltration site, right? And so until we have those test pits, and you can demonstrate to us that you can put those infiltration chambers in who bottom out 24 inches above the high stand of the water table, then you're pretty much good to go. So when you have those test pits in, come back and
yeah. Well, one question though, one test pit is in an area that is being filled in the front of house lot 2. So that's being filled in. We can't do a test pit there. And then the other test pit is over on lot 3. It's behind in the riverfront. Are we allowed to do test pits over there? Because we were going to build a 4-foot retaining wall there and then raise it up a little bit, because these Cooltech systems are only 36 inches deep and they're wide and kind of spread out. So they're not going down too far, but we don't want to go into the riverfront area and start digging test pits. If
I may, again, through the chairman, comment on that to Charlotte, who's the expert on all these names and numbers of regulations. I believe it says in there somewhere that you're allowed to do excavation like test pits or soil borings for the purpose of finding, shall we say, scientific information to promote your design and delineation of resource areas or such. So I think we are allowed to, or at the very least, maybe it's by a permission from the commission to say, can we do this? We're going out at your direction. You have requested it. And I think it's a very good idea. I got no problem with it myself. It should be a part of it too. And most towns do require that, excuse me, most municipalities. Where it's a standard thing now to go out and do your soil evaluation anywhere you're gonna infiltrate now in just about every DEP regulation.
Right.
And or bylaw. So,
As we're only going down 4 feet, do we need to get an excavator out there? Can we use some kind of boring that's just simpler and less like invasive to the environment, you know?
well, we don't
like-
need a huge excavator. A small backhoe or a mini will be fine. I mean, we
But
don't
do you need to
that
use
big
that
thing
for-
you had in there before.
We're not building a septic system. We're just kind of going down like 3 feet for Coltex. They're maybe 4
Well,
feet
we have to
down.
go deeper than that. The bottom of our system has to be 2 feet above the seasonal high water level at the minimum, and then we can't have ledge rate down there either. It has to be, I would say, some modicum of naturally occurring pervious.
Yeah, my
soil.
only concern is bringing a big machine up to the riverfront there, and the
this
neighbors are
is
getting
a
complaining again.
conversation you guys need to have offline. We would generally permit the use of a mini excavator to do that soil excavation. So I think that's all we need to know, and you need to know how you actually design the system after you've discovered whether it's depth to bedrock or the depth to the high stand of the water table will come after you've done the test pit. So with that said, are you clear what you need to do next?
Yes.
As I understand it, sir, you've said we can dig test pits with a mini or let's say a small rubber tire backhoe. We have no intention of bringing anything bigger than that in there. It's
Yeah,
unnecessary.
the smaller the better.
Yeah, absolutely.
They're cheaper to rent, if nothing else.
No, it is. It's all we need is like a mini there.
Right.
I would recommend that because the terrain can be a little uneven and rougher for a rubber
Right.
tire machine.
Right.
And minis are very effective.
And what about the lot 2 where there's no fill yet? What do we do there?
Well, we can can you get a sample of the fill? What are we going to use for fill, John?
We can use whatever's required for that.
Again,
for that
again,
area.
you guys, we don't want to hear this. We're interested in the sausage, not how it's made here.
Okay.
All right.
So this is something you can plan offline. So
Through the chair, may I just make one?
The bottom line here for us is, do you agree to a continuance? You obviously have things to do here. You can always contact Charlotte for any guidance for how they are to be done and keep her appraised of your progress for rescheduling. So the ball is back in your court. Do you agree to a continuance?
Yes.
Okay. So with that said, unless any other commissioners have anything to say, or Charlotte has a comment to make in closing, we'll wrap this up.
I have a brief closing comment. I know, sorry. I know that Chris and Will, sorry, just really briefly, I know both Chris's and Will, and, the board had mentioned, the difference in the conditions from October of 2020 till now. So whatever curve numbers are in fact used, whether they're super conservative or not, maybe make an effort to sort of tie it reasonably to what it looked like back in 2020, so that, because this was sort of a lot of duplication from our last hearing, and the presentation was essentially the same too. And I know we got Tom up to speed, which was great, but let's just make sure the next one is fruitful. And so if any of the commissioners would like to see something specific as far as what your curve numbers are going to be, but certainly try to tie into the existing conditions in 2020 somehow.
Right.
If I may make a comment again, you picked the date 2020. I have trouble with these centuries now and decades and things.
Yeah. When I looked at Nearmap, I went back, sort of month by month, and it looked like it was during 2021 that the clear cutting occurred. So it was October of 2020 was the last October date that I could see that was where it was really forested and looked like what the conditions were.
So we would perhaps look at a photo from that time period, unless you have another
2019, 2018. Anything
Charlotte, since
anything
Nearmap is
prior to
anytime before.
Maybe you can provide
I
him
can work
with
that
a
out with Charlotte. Easy enough.
picture.
Right.
Something.
Sorry, everyone was talking. Wait, so I guess we would like a revised HydroCAD report and analysis using around October 2020 existing conditions.
Prior to October 2020.
Prior to October 2020. Okay. And then updated runoff curve numbers, and then also getting updated curve numbers for the bioswales, which Alton said he's looking into. And then I will revise my comments, Alton, based on the discussions tonight for stormwater. I will send you an updated list with the stuff that the commission has requested. And then we will obviously look into, well, you guys will look into doing some test pits for each of the locations of the infiltration systems. And then we also had previous conversations about splitting up the plans. I will revise my comments again to make that a little bit clearer. And anything else I'm missing?
Charlotte, the only other thing was, I may have just missed it, but I didn't see the pre-development HydroCAD analysis, which I assume we did be able to compare it. And then a summary of the assumptions that went into those, the areas and the runoff numbers, just like a one-pager.
So the pre-development HydroCAD report.
Yeah, and then the summary would show pre-development, post-development, you know, however many square feet are this type of soil or whatever for both.
Okay.
So we can see it all on one page.
Okay. Okay.
Chris McFarland, did you have it seems like you got cut off there somewhere. Did you?
Yeah, I just have two quick comments. The first comment is that, as Charlotte, you have to give guidance as far as digging on the site at this time based on the building inspector's condition out there. The second thing is that I'm concerned that they are talking, and I saw this. I know we're not talking about the NOI, but the NOI shows retaining walls that the Cultex systems are counting on to have the right amount of soil under it. So again, I think we better be looking at this entire project together and not trying to split it apart, because you can't approve a stormwater system if you don't approve the NOI that goes along with it. So.
Thank you.
Well,
And,
I mean, there is, like, for lot 3, there is one small retaining wall there. So what, I guess.
the retaining walls would be also noted in HydroCAD as impervious area, so that will be accommodated in the report if it isn't already.
Yeah, I think it was like 20 foot long and 4 feet high.
It was included in the
it's not the
walls and
it's not the
walkways.
impervious nature. It's whether or not we're going to allow you to build that retaining wall and fill within the riverfront. So, you know, if we could approve a stormwater permit, but if we don't approve the retaining wall and the fill when we get to the NOI, then that would invalidate the stormwater permit. So I'm just saying it may be more sensible to actually present this as a whole project, not in pieces.
That's true. I mean, we could move the Coltec off of that and we can put it under the shared driveway on lot 3 and move it completely out of the riverfront area.
That's your call. I'm just
yeah. I
telling
think
you
we'll
what
do that. We'll just take more of that stuff out of the
We
riverfront
can
area.
discuss that more as part of the continued NOI and stormwater permit hearings.
Well, that's good
But I
feedback.
guess,
'Cause we don't
John,
need the retaining wall either.
but yeah, we'll continue these discussions. But I guess, John, you had originally requested to continue the notice of intent to February 15th. Do you want to change that answer based on the information tonight for stormwater? Do you need a more time? It sounds like Alton may or not need more time. You need to get the test pits out there. So can you give us a date, please, for continuing the stormwater permit?
Stormwater, yeah, that's going to take longer. I guess it's not the next session, but the session after that is a month away.
So March 7th, continue to March 7th?
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't know, notice of intent, if we have the area staked out and marked again, does the commission want to come out and look at it and then maybe meet next week or 2 weeks, or should we just wait until March?
That's up to you, John. You've continued the notice of intent hearing to February 15th, so we can discuss offline if you'd like to keep that, or if you'd also like to continue it to March 7th, so we can have that
Okay.
conversation offline.
Okay,
Okay?
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alton. Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Thank the commission and you, Charlotte.
Thank you, guys.
Okay.
We got
So next, we're going to resume the discussion of NOI 2323 at 20205 Atlantic Avenue. This has been continued from our last meeting on January 4th, 2024, or the meeting of January 4th, 2024. Charlotte?
Hello, sorry. Looks like lots of people in the audience for this one. I think I have everybody. So quickly introducing, we have some realty, the applicant. Sorry, I'm forgetting the LLC name. Deb Keller from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors, Adam Brodsky from DTM Law, and Sean Papish from Sean Papish Landscaping, Landscape Architecture, excuse me. Am I missing anyone? Nope.
Pecco, this is Adam Brodsky. I think you've got Ryan Connolly, who is representing the 205 Realty Trust.
I don't see them on the call unless this Jerusalem Realty is the applicant. I think they are.
Chair Bell, this is Adam Brodsky. Again, everyone has been introduced and you've had a long night, so I'm going to defer to Ms. Keller to present the project changes, and then Mr. Papich describe also the revised landscape plan. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, good evening. Deb Keller with Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. I will try to be as brief as possible, and I'm gonna share my screen quickly, and I can go through. Hopefully you're seeing the plan, yes?
Yep.
It should be so it's the first page. It's existing conditions. Nothing is changed on this page. So second page here is our grading and drainage showing the
Deb,
house.
I'm sorry. Deb, so sorry. Can you just move it over? Right now we see half the plan on the right side, and the left side of our screen is mostly white from the blank page guide. I don't know if you can shift it over a little bit, potentially.
Let's see if I can. Thought I had it all the full screen. Let me see.
It looks normal to me.
Oh, okay. All right. Guess we're good.
Let's try this one. Does that look better?
I can see the entire
You
plan.
can?
Okay.
Does anybody else have a problem?
No.
No, I can
Just be my laptop. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. So this is the overall grading and drainage plan, house in the same location. I will let court area, but one of the things that we did, I believe at the last meeting, we were talking about one of the trees that was in the right of way. It's identified as tree 16. We did have the driveway going through that tree, so it was, we were proposing to remove it. After discussions with DPW, they would prefer that we try to retain the tree. So we shifted the driveway to the north. Puts a little bit more of a bend in the driveway, but it allows us to, if I zoom in a little closer, you can see, be able to retain that 16-inch tree here within the way. So that was the major change on the civil plan set. And I believe the other changes were per the landscaping plans, as well as providing a restoration management plan in conjunction with restoring the 50-foot buffer through the 100% through the site here. I will let Sean talk about the landscaping, and then if we want to go back, I can answer any questions on the mitigation plan. This was developed in with the basis of the restoration management plan that was prepared by Wilkinson Ecological Design for the previous house project that had proposed restoration within the 50-foot buffer, with some minor modifications, obviously, because the project has changed slightly, but it is based off of their previous management design. I'm gonna pop over to you, Sean. Did you want me to leave this screen up, or would you like to share your own?
How about, do you have the next screen that also shows kind of L1, L2, which are more detailed plans, kind of north, south? Yeah, sounds good. Thank you. This is Sean Pappas, Landscape Architecture, 222 North Street, Hingham, Massachusetts. The differences here from the previous plan are exactly as Deb was stating. In that 0 to 50-foot buffer, you had requested that we turn that entire zone essentially from north to south, south to north, that entire zone into a restoration zone essentially. And what we attempted to do is just that. What you'll see on there is similar plant material that we had proposed before, but more of it certainly, as well as more woody plants coming into the center of that zone in a more organic manner, I should say. That was the intent. One of the things I want to point out was we had a terrace at the lower level, that elevation right around 21, that bleeds just barely into that 50-foot buffer. The terrace itself is right back by the 50, and then we still kept some of that terrace. We still kept some of that terrace coming into the 50, and a very small amount of lawn, which you see with kind of the darker stipple up against the 50. Right. Certainly not, that's into where that tennis court was. So we kept some of it, and then an access way. There would be a mown path getting you to those set of steps that are currently the same steps that are off the back of the tennis court, I'll say, right? So we left an area, a very small area, up against the house and the landscape there that would still be lawn. Everything else is the seed mixes that we have already proposed, as well as the woody plant material that we had proposed. And we have this full list right there, and they're all the usual suspects that you would expect to see there. In the area to the north of what is the tennis court now, what we talked about doing there is really trying to cull through that, finding the non-native plant material, anything that does not have cover, and pocket plant everything with sweet fern, bush blueberry, and some of the other species that we have on our list. We don't believe that that's an area. We do have existing trees there and some undergrowth. We don't think that's an area where you would clear out per se. We think you'd have to do that by hand and get in there certainly and figure out what's invasive and what is not, what doesn't belong there, and we come back in and underplant everything else, both on the north side of the tennis court and then on the south side of the tennis court, because those areas that still have some trees and some undergrowth in them. And I wouldn't say that all of that is full of invasive. We have some natives in there, so we would use some of the same species, sweet fern, low bush blueberry, as well as some of the other plants that are on our list there, sweet gale, bayberry. So we've tried to identify it in those areas. On sheet L2 is when we go to the southern part, and that's where we have the knotweed removal area that Deb is going to touch on with the restoration management plan that Wilkinson Ecological had identified on the previous project. In that way, that area sits a little bit lower. We're intending to do an overall seed mix of New England salt-tolerant grass seed mix, as well as heavy dose the same sort of plantings that we were considering above, but also get some more evergreens in there in terms of the cedars that you find around the property and try to get those established, as well as, again, in a little bit more of a organic pattern. Once you get into this and you're laying this plant material out, you may see them in groupings where we say, 9 chokeberry, where we might toss those out and stretch them out a little bit and intermix those in with some of the bayberry, some of the inkberry, some of the other plant material, the peach plums. So you're going to see those, so they're quantifiable, certainly on our plant tables, all of our lists, kind of in massings, but we'll stretch those out away from each other. I think this is a good resolution given the kind of mission we were on after our last hearing. And it's really to speak to what we had planned to do for the restoration of the 0 to 50. And that pretty much covers it. The rest of the plant material we kept pretty much the same off to the west there and along the street up the driveway. Essentially, the only small areas on the property of any lawn whatsoever are just off the driveway over the top of stormwater, as well as just that small area down at the bottom of the lower level there in the north half of the property. It's probably about 14,000 square foot of restoration area, maybe 800 or 1,000 feet of lawn area that is just at the base, probably less than that even, right off that layer. So it's probably around 22,000 square feet of native plants when you wrap it around to the areas that are adjacent to Atlantic Ave. So we feel like it's a real strong push on the restoration piece that you asked us to do. Thank you. And Deb's going to talk a little bit about the restoration.
Sure. So as I mentioned, we took the Wilkinson restoration plan that was previously prepared. They have identified the invasive plants that were on the site, I think focusing on the Japanese knotweed. What was proposed, and I think we touched upon it a little bit at the last hearing, and if you in the management plan, there is a timeline, and they walk us through the process, and it is a 3 to 5 year process before you can see whether or not the removal process is working, from my understanding. And just because I do know that in the 50, this is something that under your regulations is not allowed, but we were talking about it. They're proposing to do stem by stem injection for the Japanese knotweed as the best way to eradicate that species. And that does go through, they do talk through anticipating starting in spring of 2024 and moving through the next couple of years, and following through annual monitoring and maintenance. So it does specify the procedures being done, and it also does note that this work, any herbicides would be applied by a Massachusetts licensed individual to do that. I guess applications. That's the word I was thinking of. I'm not sure if there's anything else. I'm happy to answer any questions, or at least try to.
Charlotte, do you have any opening comments for the commission?
Yes, I'm trying to just put it all together briefly. So I think there are 3 variances that would need to be evaluated as part of this permit decision. For the work within the 50-foot buffer, which they submitted a variance for the greater than 1,000 square foot alteration of a resource area, which was land subject to coastal storm flowage in this case, they did submit a variance for that. And then I don't know if we specifically did it, but the commission would, if they were to consider the use of any herbicides for the invasive removal treatment that is not currently allowed under our regulations, So we would need to grant a variance in this case if the commission were to see any of this work done with herbicides. So those are definitely 3 variances we would have to consider for this project specifically. And then obviously, as you know, you have a stormwater permit as well. And at least based off of the revised documents, a lot of the comments had already been addressed with, we did have questions with speaking to DPW, so it's good they revised the plans for that. And then last but not least, I know we did have a lot of back and forth comments about the restoration plan and the planting. So I think that seems like the remainder of the conversations, unless the commission has any other questions. But based off the last hearing, those are most of our pending items here.
Thanks. Commissioners, questions or comments?
So, Sean, can you go back to your L1 drawing? I'd like to better understand the area. You basically have a no-touch zone between 2 areas, the lower area being the knotweed area and the upper area being the area where the tennis court was. Can you tell me, can you explain a little more? So the heavy stipple is lawn, is that correct?
On the far left, you see a small area of lawn, and we left a pathway, which could also be meadow that's mown to get to the steps through there. That's intended to be drought tolerant lawn, Cape Cod fescue mix, what we're proposing. And then the other areas right in here and to the other, that's all seed mix. It's essentially our New England wildflower seed mix, essentially.
Okay, and so how many square feet of lawn are you proposing inside the buffer there?
I'm gonna give you that real quickly. I don't have the exact number, but I could probably give it to you pretty quickly. It's probably shy of 1,000 square feet.
I'd like an exact number on that. I'd also like an exact number on the paving. And then my big question is why, like, what standard did you use for the mitigation on here? Because it's not like a continuation of the other area. I'm just wondering if there was any standard that you used to mitigate this area.
So when you say standard, describe, I mean, we essentially took a square footage of the bulk of almost all of that entirety and went to what is, certainly asphalt right now. Assumed that we would do a seed mix area to try to get some grasses and some forbs in there, and then utilize the native plants. So we know that area is staying relatively level. We know it still pitches off toward the water and toward the beach, the rocky beach. In terms of a standard, are you talking about for the square footages?
No, I'm just wondering when you chose to go to a meadow.
Yep.
A meadow mix with, and I'm sorry, I'm on a small screen right now, so I can't see what the plants are. I'm just wondering if it was based on any, some kind of, DEP regulations, or is it really just a kind of a quick shot at some kind of mitigation, or is it based on some kind of standards?
Native plant material, so it's native seed mix of mostly grasses and forbs, right?
Understood, but I mean, when you pick the plants, is it based on anything?
Yeah.
So for instance, and I can't tell you that there is this particular standard by DEP or by someone else, but I am assuming that there are standards and that would suggest that X number of plants per square foot is the right amount of plant material that would go in on a restoration, and depending on whose standard you use, is going to dictate to you how many plants. Now, again, like I said, I'm on a small screen, but I'm gonna I'm going to guess you got about 20 plants out there. And I'm going to guess that, we're probably looking at, 1 gallon, 2 gallon, maybe a couple 5 gallons. I'm not really sure because, like I said, I'm on a screen. But,
Proposed plants of about 20 plants. Is that what you said? In those areas?
In the meadow? Yeah.
There's a lot more than that.
Yeah, it's a lot more than that. Well, there's a hell of a lot more than that, frankly, to be frank. There's a lot more than that in all of these areas. What we used
No, I'm talking about the meadow area.
Yeah, so we've got the entirety of the tennis court, right? So
yeah, but am I not counting this? I'm on a big enough screen that I can see circles.
Yeah, you can
right?
see circles. You're just not counting enough of them. It's probably it. And
So,
so,
all right. So, you want me to count? You want me to count out loud real quickly?
Well, Chris, there's at least 40.
No, there's more than that. But
yeah, there are more than that. But I can count 40 pretty quickly here.
Yeah. So, but it's also
So
with the matrix of a seed mix, which is 100% coverage, essentially, right?
Right. But what I'm asking you is, did you use a standard, or is this just your best guess at a restoration for this area?
I don't know if I'd call it a guess. I'd say what it is it's an attempt to certainly cover the ground at number one, right? And then add a reasonable percentage of woody plant material, but it's not based on somebody else's standard of that. No, it's not.
Okay. So I'm going to make a recommendation to the board that we have a third party review that this would be looked at by a wetland restoration expert to review this and determine whether or not we have enough woody plant to kind of fill what's really necessary for this mitigation.
Chair Bell, this is Adam Brodsky. I just want to make a few points.
Sure.
Is that we're not proposing a wetland restoration. In fact, if you review this under the State Act, I'll put the local bylaw to one side. These are buffer zone to coastal resources. We're dealing with coastal bank and coastal beach. I know that there's an off-site salt marsh on the other side of the road, but this buffer zone is intended to preserve the coastal resource areas. I don't think under the State Act we'd be required to provide any mitigation. In fact, could do work throughout the entirety of the buffer zone. Again, under the State Act only. We recognize that the local bylaw has more stringent requirements. Presently, that buffer zone, again, it's a buffer zone to a coastal resource area. It's not like we're dealing with salt marsh or there's a BVW to the south. Is got a tennis court and has been degraded. And so I don't think we're under, again, under the State Act, we're under no obligation to provide mitigation, but we do want to improve the area. And what we're proposing to do is a vast improvement. Again, the only encroachment within the 50-foot buffer zone, even under the local bylaw, is fairly de minimis. And what we're proposing is a significant multiple of that. I'd respectfully suggest that we don't really need a third-party review. We've got a pretty talented team with Merrill and Papich on board, and we're working on also materials prepared by Wilkinson. And so I think a review of this is completely unnecessary. And candidly, it was our hope that since we've been doing this so long, that we'd be in a position, or the commission would be in the position to close the public hearing and condition the project.
So Mr. Brodsky, this is Commissioner McFarland. And you, I'm not sure if you listened to the tape from the last meeting. My position on this was that the project basically encompasses the entire area of buffer between the 50 and the 100 foot. The 50-foot buffer, as you mentioned, has a tennis court that has degraded that area. And because the entire 150 to 100 foot buffer area was being occupied by the building and the swimming pool, etc. It is my contention that the appropriate the appropriate action would be to take the 0 to 50 foot buffer and to reestablish a very strong natural environment to make up for the fact that the buffer is now only the 50-foot buffer. And so, and I mentioned that there are a lot, there are a lot of restoration projects going on that different, different state and federal organizations have standards for which to do that with. And that's my feeling, is that because the development totally encompasses the 50 to 100 foot, I am of the opinion that the 0 to 50 should be completely restored.
Thank you, Mr. McFarland. All I can tell you is what my understanding of the regulations require. I think what is being proposed here is a substantially all of that 50-foot buffer is being restored, but I'll defer to the experts on this.
So let me say we're trying to reach a compromise here on how this gets developed, and I think both of you have good points. Absolutely not. And so the wetlands restoration, any sort of scheme that's based on a wetland restoration is inappropriate here. This is an upland,
yeah,
adjacent to coastal bank. So you're right about that, Mr. Brodsky. I agree with Commissioner McFarland that and anybody that looks at this plan can see obviously that the outer buffer zone from 50 to 100 feet is being radically transformed. Let me point out another compromise we've considered here, and I think this is an important thing for the town going forward, is that we are loosening our standards in the 50 to allow the removal of invasive species. I think this is a good thing for the town to move forward to try to address invasive species that were never even contemplated when our bylaws were originally written. And so this is a fairly radical departure for this commission to even be entertaining. I'm sure you're aware that the previous applicant, Andrew Flynn, we wouldn't entertain anything happening in that 50-foot buffer, and so we've made, I think, a significant move towards in what I consider the right direction, which is to try to restore our coastal zones to be more natural. So this is a difficult conversation to have. How do we balance all of these things? Obviously, the developer would like to have a property he can sell that looks like paradise, right? And they have their nice meadow down here, and yet they have their swimming pool and their turnaround and a very large house. So there's some balance that we're trying to arrive at. And I think we're starting to get close. I think that Commissioner McFarland's point is a really good one. This should look a little bit more natural than has been proposed. I like a lot of what I see here, but he's got a really good point here. We're trading the 100 for the 50. So we're going to give you the 100, aren't we? So you need to give us the 50.
Chair,
put it in blunt terms.
And again,
you don't have to.
No, sir.
We are constrained. We are constrained by our bylaws and state law, but really, when it comes down to it, this is kind of the crux of the whole deal. Yeah, we're not going to regulate the 100 as we might in any other circumstance, but we want something back here. In terms of wilderness, if you can call it that, in that 50-foot buffer. And so maybe there there needs to be a little bit of movement here in that, or maybe a lot of movement in that 50-foot buffer.
Chairman Bell, you're coming in loud and clear, and I'd like to know what suggestions you had, because my understanding is that if you're going to be restoring these areas, you want a variety of different things, including meadow. You want diversity of habitat. Are you asking us just to fill that area in with woody shrubs so that we have a homogeneous zone? I mean, I've been involved in projects where we've done some lovely meadows.
Can I ask a question? Like, if I understand our bylaws, like, how does this meadow support a reduction in coastal bank erosion or a habitat for seaside wildlife? I think is what we look for, right?
Right.
Like, is there any evidence here that this selection will be positive for I think for native flora and fauna?
I mean, all of it's taken from our lists, our native plant material lists, which are all there for nesting, for foraging, fruit. The meadow itself is going to be better erosion control than any woody plant material stand you're going to place there, because it's going to germinate within, 16 to 21 days. It's going to be 5 years before you're going to get any value out of the roots of a shrub, right? So, and we've got those too, right? So this is a pretty thorough matrix of plant material, all taken from textbooks they're not deep into the wetlands, to your point, Tom. They're upland.
I guess, Chris, one question, and I'm not an expert, you clearly are, but like, is like when other communities restore coastal banks, is there a standard to ensure habitats for wildlife and maybe the placement of woody material and the layout to support wildlife?
Chair Bell, can I answer that or attempt to answer it?
Oh, well, let me first answer your question to me, Mr. Brodsky. Yes, you're asking a geologist to do the work of a landscape architect or a botanist, and so I do not have a plan that I could explain to you, and I would defer to Commissioner McFarland on how to go here. Yes. And I would also like to make a comment about, we've heard this actually twice this meeting about wildlife. Well, in my estimation, trees are wildlife too. And if we're trying to make a deer park here, it's probably not the right way to look at it. So we're looking at something that is self-sustaining native plants. They're random. It looks like people didn't plant them, I guess. That's how I feel about it. But again, I would really defer to Commissioner McFarland for guidance for how we might move forward here and how it might look.
Well, the one thing that I'd like to just say is that if you imagine this piece of land being planted the way it is on this plan, and you gave it 30 years, you would find cedars growing up through it. You'd probably find some oaks that have come in because of the parent plants that are up the hill, etc. And to me, what you want to be doing is you want to be accelerating what's going to happen. Now, I'm not saying you shouldn't have a piece of meadow, but the only way you're going to keep meadow is if we're going to allow for a operation maintenance plan that allows for burning or cutting, which we're not. So what you're going to end up with is you're going to end up with forest eventually, and really the way this is planted should be accelerating that process so that in a much shorter time, 5 years, 8 years, the cedars are already popping up. The maples and the oaks or whatever is going to be popping up. So I just look. I am not a I am a landscape architect. If I spent the time, I would probably come up with a different plan. I would probably plant more plants, and do it, and plant the meadow at the same time. I think it's all part of a process. I just want to make sure that we're either following a standard or having someone who specializes in ecological restoration approve the plan. That's what I'm suggesting.
And that doesn't necessarily mean a third-party review, which sounds scary to every applicant, right? Who knows where that can go? So,
Chair Bell, can I?
Capich, I know that you have a lot of experience designing these, and I've seen your work and I approve of it. But how can you make this more natural? I guess that's the outstanding question. How would you take what Commissioner McFarland said, which is essentially how do you prep for an eventual forest? I mean, naturally there are invasive species or small species that move in, and then ultimately there's a climax forest that develops 300 years later or whatever, right? How do you prep it for this 300-year-old forest that's going to be here?
Right. So if we do what Commissioner McFarland is requesting is you plant a forest, right? And you plant. We do have a fair amount of cedar on that south portion, away from the back of the house, more planted or proposed to be planted, as you can see. Our other sheet, the other L2 sheet. By the way, the kind of numbers you guys were talking about for shrubs being planted, you're not remotely close, just so you know. But I would say that we have to plant more full overstory trees and cedars, which we agree to this. Obviously, having the cedars, we don't necessarily feel like they need to be loaded throughout the meadows against the house. Maybe you get a few more in that area outside the house. We have them primarily in the areas toward the south part of it, south part of the property. But I do think that everything we've got here stands on its own. I do think it's got legs as a plan. I certainly have worked with Wilkinson Ecological, was on site prior to us, not on this particular project, but on 4 or 5 other projects. They'll have the similar plant material selection. The question is, do we turn it into a heavy woodland right from day one? Or do we allow some of that to happen and spread from the other areas where we're planting? And I think that comes to philosophy of how it should be developed. I think the fact that we're getting the amount of plant material we're showing and the coverage that we're showing, and again, primarily with the grasses, because frankly, the grasses and the seed mix are going to be our quickest way to cover ground, prevent erosion, to promote root mass, the large root mass, is the grasses and any of the seed mix that we're using. I think that's probably
Sean, I think adding to that briefly, I think in terms of a reference that people are kind of seeming to kind of grasp at, I think the first reference is obviously the Wetland Protection Act. So the closest resource areas that we're dealing with here, I mean, I know you're working in the buffer zone to the coastal bank, but you could consider maybe just looking at the performance standards and the protected interests of the coastal bank, and the plan. We could try to come up with a plan that best echoes the intent of the coastal bank buffer to protect the resource area against wave action, sedimentation, erosion. And I know land subject to coastal storm flowage doesn't obviously have really laid out performance standards right now, but it might just be worth maybe referencing the Wetlands Protection Act in terms of the intent, and then you kind of at least echo that a little bit to the buffer zones, and then maybe that might help with maybe moving and shifting some of the plants around, putting in different types of species that would create that natural barrier that a coastal bank would have to, protect the other resource areas as well. So that might just be a good start, just to go in there.
Chair Bell, if I could follow Ms. Pechtel, because she makes a point that I was going to make to answer Mr. Fernando's question. There are fundamentally two types of coastal banks that we see on our southern coast. One is an eroding coastal bank that contributes sediment to a coastal beach, similar to what you'd see down in Manomet and Plymouth, where you have all of that coastal bank erosion. And then you have coastal banks similar to what we have here, which is essentially a rock, ledge, or granite coastal bank. And the performance standard is to do nothing to impair the stability of the bank, because that provides the storm prevention that's mentioned by Ms. Pechtel. So, vegetation isn't going to matter with a ledge stable coastal bank. The question for the commission, if you're dealing with the performance standard, is whether the project is going to impair stability, and it's not. When you're dealing with an eroding coastal bank, which is what we don't have here, in an answer to Mr. Fernando, what you typically want you want to vegetate that coastal bank to secure it in place to prevent erosion. So you're dealing with plants with, and this is Mr. Pavich's expertise, deep roots. Those are the Rosa rugosas and the bayberries, the things that are going to, prevent erosion. And so, the interest of wildlife habitat tends to be a lesser interest. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but with respect to coastal bank, and particularly with respect to a ledge coastal bank that's out here. I think I love the idea of creating meaningful wild habitat, because while there's existing wild habitat, we can improve it dramatically. And again, I'll defer to the experts on this. I've learned over the years that having a diversity of habitat is very helpful, which is why I was a champion of the notion of a meadow. It's not a lawn, it's allowed to grow. I believe it should be allowed to be cut. I don't know whether that's once a year or twice a year to keep the meadow healthy, and that's something the commission could condition. But if the commission, I guess, and this is up to the client, wants more trees and more woody shrubs, I think that creates a more homogeneous environment. But we certainly, the client's willing to do it, certainly willing to do it. But I'll defer to the experts on that. So at least that's my unexpert rudimentary knowledge of coastal banks, and attempt to answer Mr. Fernando's question.
Thank you. Let me, that sort of makes me wonder, Mr. Papich, how many species are you putting in here, and how many species of plants actually exist out there now?
In terms of plants that I don't know what exists out there right now in terms of numbers of species. I don't have a read on that. There's a lot more going in on the tennis court than what is there now.
We have the tree counts, but I don't think we have like the full vegetation profile. But at least we have an inventory of the trees that are out there on one of the other pages on the plan.
Well, you have enumerated the number of species you're going to put in
terms of woody,
which looks pretty extensive to me. It
is.
I mean, 50, 100 different species, and I bet if you got down to the really small stuff, it might equal that
right.
naturally. But really, when you're talking about the things that we see as we walk through the woods, there's probably only 30 or 40. So what's going to happen out there when you put all of these 100 different species out here? And it seems to me that some of them are going to make it, some of them aren't. And this is you could look at this as a big experiment, an interesting one, and hopefully a productive one. But what are we going to end up? What's it going to look like in 20 years?
In terms of types of shrubs, you've got say 14 different types of shrubs or something like that, maybe a little bit more in total on the entire site. In terms of some of the perennials and grasses, it's probably another 9 or 10 types I don't think that's really a tremendous amount, frankly, when you think about what may be out there, what can be out there, and what would be something that would flourish if it was planted, in soil in these conditions. I think everything's still pulled from a high wildlife value list, and I think that there's some value in that. Thinking the intent was to still get a little bit more variety in, not much variety there now, but it's primarily a wooded site, except for the area that is the tennis court, correct, and the knotweed area. So those beyond that, it's a wooded site. So we could peel back the varieties and have less variety.
No, I'm not suggesting that I'm not suggesting changes. It's just a question that occurred to me that, what's it going to look like in 20 years? Are you going to go from, if you start with 50 different species of plants, are you going to end up with a dozen of them in 20 years, the ones that really are going to thrive here? It's hard to believe that all of these are going to be appropriate, but knowing beforehand which ones are going to make it and which ones aren't, it's probably impossible. So,
well, I don't know if it's impossible. I just know that you, from a standpoint of trying to see the future, obviously we keep none of it. Neither you nor I can do that. At least I can't. But in terms of how we think the plant material that we have noted here and listed, I don't really have any belief at all that most of them won't do very well. We'll have sites that are much, much smaller than this, where we'll have a coastal bank in Duxbury that's been armored below, right? So it's got the sloped riprap below it. And this is above it. It's kind of a similar situation because you have Rocky Beach here and you've got these stone retaining walls that are holding up these areas. They're not even really engaging the grade at all that's down below on the Rocky Beach. They're all up on retaining walls. They're all not up on a retaining wall. And so it's almost a container plant. And so in that area, we would have, say, call it 6 of these different types of shrubs that we maybe have on that first list here off of L1. Most of them are doing well. Sweet fern, and we've lost a couple. Done well for almost everything else. Bayberry's looking good. Virginia Rosa is looking great. So, yeah, we've not run into too many problems with the woody plant material, that's for sure. Some of the grasses, different ones do better than others. That's why we have a whole matrix with the grass seed mix, native grass mix, and wildflowers. Some of these plants are going to do better than others, and that's what happens in nature too. So, yeah, I mean that's.
And Chair Bell, we're going to be subject to your standard condition, which requires 75% survival over after, I believe you require 3 growing seasons as opposed to 2, which is the standard state requirement.
Yeah.
So,
Commissioner McFarland, do you have any further comments about this?
Well, I look, I fully agree that what's on the ground is important. I fully agree, but I do think that the number of woody plants is light. That's my opinion. I'd also like to see less grass.
Less native grass or less?
No, the lawn area. The lawn area.
Yeah.
There's almost so little lawn on there, and it's just right to the edges of the small terrace there at the edge. It's so minimal.
So I'm just guessing, but I'd say it looks like 10% lawn over the entire, maybe even less than that over the entire.
I would say it's a lot less. I think probably 1,000 square feet out of about 15,000 square feet of 0 to 50 foot band coming from north to south and west.
So we do have some control over this through conditions. And if we specified that the meadow and the lawn would only be mowed once a year in, say, November, presumably with some time that lawn would be encroached upon by the native plants.
Yeah.
Chair Bell.
Well, if you're gonna cut it, if you're gonna cut it once a year, then you're basically going to be cutting back any kind of kind of volunteers that come in that aren't part of the original plan, right? I mean, you're going to, if you cut it once a year and you've got 6-inch cedars, you're gonna mow them down and they're never going to grow up. So I'm kind of the opinion that this doesn't get mowed, that it becomes much more of a natural. Maybe you remove invasives that, if you get some kind of wisteria or something that's growing in there, I could certainly see taking that out. But the other material, I mean, that's nature. If you mow it once a year, you're going to stop nature. And really what you want to do here is eventually let nature take over and protect this piece of property.
Chair Bell, I just want to draw a distinction. I think the expectation is for that very small area of turf lawn that it be mowed as if it's turf lawn, and then the meadow area would have a restricted mowing schedule. And we'll defer to the commission as to whether they see value in having meadow habitat in addition to these woody shrubs. I respectfully suggest that there's value to having that diversity. But if you don't want to have that diversity, I guess you could prohibit the mowing of the meadow, and then eventually, what will come back? Well, I don't know what will come back. I'll defer to the experts on that.
Well, we know it'll come back.
Norway maples and invasives.
Well, that's what's going to happen. It's going to be buckthorn and Norway maples and multiflora rose, all of those things. If we could find a way to remove the invasives and still doing it in a sensitive manner, any of those areas,
yeah,
that's the way we should go. I know we don't necessarily have the mechanism for that right now. I do know we've chatted about that.
Yeah. Well, I suppose that we could continue to allow non-foliar application of chemicals here to kind of sort out the invasives from young cedars or young oaks or whatever. But this gets really granular. How are we going to ever enforce anything like that, right?
Yep, understood. I know it's difficult.
Let me ask a question about your, is that a stone wall that's going to go around there? Is that some sort of retaining wall?
Those,
This is just erosion control during construction.
During
We're using that area. So yeah, I would disregard that for planting purposes.
I also see a pool spillway. I hope that you're aware that you can't just pump the owner cannot just spill their water every fall into the meadow here. That water has to be, if they do take water out of the pool, it needs to be into a tank truck and carried off by town regulations, bylaws. So that needs to be planned for. Maybe a pipe that runs across there so they can actually drain it without, they're not going to get a truck in there to do that. I'm sure they could probably do it with hoses, but it might be nice to plan ahead for something like that. But we certainly, a spillway is inappropriate for that swimming pool.
It catches water at the bottom. That's what it is.
What's that?
It stays. It's infinity edge.
This here?
Oh, I see. So when it rains, it's going to spill down there. Oh, yeah. Okay. Got it.
It'll just flow over. It flows over as an effect, essentially, and then it just it pumps back in.
Oh, I see. So
it's all pool water.
It's caught in some sort of reservoir and then
correct.
And then put, okay, got it,
That's correct.
got it. Okay.
It's a waterfall, Tom.
All the way around.
Basi- Yeah.
Yeah.
So, commissioners, conversation's gone on a while. It's time to get down to it. Where are we going with this? Commissioner McFarland, would you propose conditions here or require a modifications to the landscape plan?
Well, I think the, you know, there's a couple things here. One is that you know, my feeling is that there shouldn't be development lawn in the 50-foot buffer. It should all be part of an ecological restoration. Should it have some meadow? I'm fine with some meadow. Right now, it's drawn in a way that seems very manicured. You know, it feels like a manicured garden, and it seems to me that that's not what my suggestion about this was. That my suggestion was that I would be willing to give up the 100 to 50-foot buffer if the 50 to resource area was ecologically restored, and I don't think we're at that point.
Point well taken. Any of the commissioners feel one way or the other about this? It's time to weigh in.
I'll weigh in on that, but I also have just two minor comments first. That tie into that a little bit. On the Merrill plan on sheet 5 of 7, there's a note that says points to the tennis court, and zoom in on that note. Yeah.
Sure.
I know that this got revised in the landscape plans, but it just didn't make it to that. Yeah. It just says
Yeah, so we should.
just revise that. Yeah.
Yep.
It says loamed and seeded. Yep. And then I just wanted to weigh in on the herbicide thing. I wouldn't be supportive of the variance for the herbicide within the 50, but also 100% agree with Commissioner McFarland on the removal of the sod, turf, grass, the non-native grass within the 0 to 50.
Okay. I think probably Mr. Papich, you can address the herbicide thing. As I understand it, this would not be the fuller use of herbicides. This would be direct injection to stems so that the impact would be as low as possible.
That's correct.
And
That is correct, yeah.
and I believe there's a body of literature out there that supports this approach to removing knotweed.
There is. Yeah. You had that on the report from Wilkinson.
Yeah.
Yep, understood and read that. Still doesn't change my position, but I appreciate that, Tom. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just wanted to clarify. Chris McIntyre, do you have an opinion about this?
Yeah, I think there's they've definitely made an effort since the last time we saw them to move towards something that, you know, looks like what we want in terms of the 50, and I agree there could be more added. Regarding the invasives, I would like to see just you know, some similar to the planting 3-year planting plan, I think I would want to have something detailed about how long the application would of any direct application of any herbicides would take place before we. I don't know. Just I think we need to have a limit to that, and to use this as as a not necessarily a floodgate opening in which we're going to allow this to occur in any situation, but it's one hearing, it's one situation, and I would like to see how it how it goes on, and maybe even some some verification that the herbicide isn't lingering and leaving, or traveling in the soil. Maybe some sort of testing, just to show that it worked and it didn't migrate out of the the roots that it's supposedly killing. I don't know specifically what the half-life on these herbicides that remain in the environment. I'm concerned about that.
So you make a good point. This is the first time that the commission has entertained the idea of ecological restoration at this scale. And I know we're all mindful of not setting a precedent that comes back to haunt us. And we want to see this work. We really want to see this work right.
And Chair Bell, it's Adam Brodsky, and I would just remind the commissioners that we did provide that detailed restoration management plan, which describes the methodology for the removal of invasives and the limited application of herbicides, as well as a proposed schedule. I know, in speaking with Ms. Pechtel, that she's recommending regular monitoring of this whole process, which we fully support. We certainly agree to, so that we can provide periodic reports to the commission regarding the efficacy of the process. I can't speak to the testing of soils. I wouldn't expect these herbicides to last long. They're not going to be sprayed and applied to the soils. But again, I'll have to defer to the experts on that. But we're certainly prepared to provide monitoring to give the commission assurance that what we're doing out there is appropriate. And I should also say that while this idea is novel in the town of Cohasset, this is used throughout the Commonwealth. We've provided instances where this has been done successfully if done correctly.
Yeah,
I would just ask too, if I might, Deb Keller, in the restoration management plan in the schedule, it is identified specifically that there would be annual monitoring reports that definitely can be submitted to the commission for review to keep track of this, as well as noting that Wilkinson identifies and mentions that invasive plants generally take a minimum of 3 to 5 years of active management to reach a level of successful control. So that might be where, like, if you're saying you don't want to do something ongoing, that maybe you limit it to the 3 to 5 years. With the annual reviews, you can see whether or not it's something that you want to continue with, or it's not what you expected. Just a thought to throw out there.
I suspect that there is somewhere in the literature, there is information regarding the persistence of glyphosate in soil. And if you haven't already presented something like that, it might be helpful to do a little bit of Google Scholar work and see if you can dredge up something that might help us feel better about this. So, Commissioner Berrigan, do you have any comments or questions?
Yes, I do. I also would like to see that 50 restored as naturally as possible. I echo what Chris McFarland has been saying. Including, eliminating the grass, the lawn area, which would, make it more natural. I mean, there's a lot of work has gone into this, and it's a lovely plan, but we have to save the 50, and I think it should be in its original or close to state that survives there.
And which can be accomplished by doing actually little other than removing the invasives and extending the existing conditions into what will have been the tennis court. Is that?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
I agree.
Commissioner Ferrando, what do you think?
I think I concur with everyone. I actually don't think I have too much of a problem with the meadow. Maybe as at least I didn't see it as a lawn. I don't think I fully understand why it need to be cut every year for health, but I reserve judgment on that. But this seems to get better than at least the last plan. But I'd echo other sentiments that, the closer this gets to be a natural habitat in the 50 is what I think we should be striving for.
Thank you. So, Commissioner Romano, you're up. What do you think?
Yeah, I echo obviously whatever we can do to make the 50 as close to what it would be naturally. I'm looking at the 3-year land management timeline in the plan. And it does say the treatment methods, depending on species, will consist of cut and wipe, injection, or selective foliar application. So to me, foliar application sounds like spraying as opposed to injecting. So given that it's right there on the water, so I would be reluctant to approve something where there's just sort of an open-ended sort of foliar application. I don't really know what the repercussions are from the injection either, but certainly spraying plants right there doesn't seem to make a lot of sense given the rest of the concerns. So maybe that part of the management plan would be amended. But obviously this does look a lot better than when we first started. And with that, I would defer to the senior members of the commission. But for me, really no spraying would be my main thing that I would like to have happen.
So, Mr. Papich, can you clarify the difference between wiping and foliar application?
I cannot. I cannot. It's not something that I've done personally myself. We'd have to refer back to any of the stuff that we had from any of the data or the information that we had direction from the Wilkinson Ecological write-up. So most spraying would be something you wouldn't want to be doing. Deb,
Yeah, I was going to say, I would suspect the same thing, that a low volume foliar spot application, or the way it's written, or a cut and wipe application of an approved herbicide is how they've identified it in their procedures. If I would say that low volume foliar spot application is the spray, I can remove it because it's an and/or, and we'll just make sure that it's just a cut and wipe application, so there is no spraying.
What I do in my own yard is put a piece of 4-inch PVC over what I want to kill, and one shot from the sprayer. Yep. Very effective.
Chair Bell, this is Adam Brodsky, and the commissioners remember that we will have an order of conditions that's only valid for 3 years. And if the invasive program needs additional authorization, we're going to have to come back to the commission either for an extension of that order or for a new order. I'm trying to reach an endpoint here rather than continue this for another hearing. would the commission entertain the replacement of the turf lawn with additional meadow and the planting of, I'm just randomly picking a number of it, 20 additional woody shrubs that would be interspersed within that meadow to try and achieve a more natural setting. And the commission could close the public hearing and condition this such that we'd have to provide the updated landscaping plan that provided those details. I would note that the clients do need the ability to walk across that area to get to their stairs, to get to the coast. So that pathway, even if it's converted to meadow, would have to be mowed more frequently than once a year in order to be able to do that.
Yeah.
But I'm offering up creative ideas here to try and, as you say, bridge the gap.
Right.
Okay. So how do we, so basically, it sounds like most of the commissioners would like to see a more natural restoration here without, it doesn't sound like the meadow's out of the question.
Right.
The mowing issue is sort of up in the air. Don't really know exactly how to describe our commissioner's sentiment exactly about that, but it sounds like an expansion of the meadow at the expense of the lawn would be more favorably received. And of course, we'd like to sort of bring this to a close as well, I'm sure. We've all of us, or most of us now know this property like the back of our hand, or our own backyards. We've all been out there, or most of us have been out there. We've all seen it from the road for years. And again, this is, despite the fact that other communities might have moved ahead of us in terms of invasive removal and restoration, this still is a new thing for our town. And so the commission I think needs to move carefully on this so that we don't have people coming back to us and saying, well, you did it there, you can do it here. And so this is a unique property. We're never going to see anything quite like this property again in this town. And so we need to be very careful how we deal with it. I think that we probably, I see that Ms. Pechtel has created a list of possible conditions here. So I want to ask her, after listening to this lengthy conversation, whether she has covered the what she's heard here, and whether you would add or amend any of those conditions that you proposed we consider.
So the answer is, I believe I can modify them. Whether or not I can do them on the spot right now, as much as I would like to, I'm not as confident. However, as much as it pains me to suggest, Adam, if it sounds like the commission is in a general spot to agree on some revisions and then likely close the public hearing. So I think if we can get an updated, finalized plan, given our comments tonight, to make the 50-foot buffer a little bit more natural, based on all the information provided, I can modify my suggested list of conditions and eliminate some that I think are no longer relevant to after tonight's discussions, and then we can come back briefly, I hope, on the 15th to finalize those conditions. And if anybody wants any last minute changes or condition, to the plans or to the restoration, we can issue that as a condition that certain sections of the restoration plan or the site plan need to be approved or modified or whatever, approvable by the agent. So I think we're almost there, but I think if I were to try and do all the conditions now, they may be messy, but I will defer to the chair. As much as I'd like to close this, I think just touching it up finally and then closing it out with a good set of conditions so that the applicant has a nice clear list to finally move forward.
I would agree with that. I think it's better to get it right than be hasty. And
Tom,
Oh, sorry. In the meantime,
with the objective of our next meeting will be brief.
yes, and I would encourage the
Well-
commission, please look at the restoration plan too. If there's anything that needs to be modified or taken out, I think we could put that as a condition instead of waiting another meeting to revise it and bring it back.
Yeah, so let me remind commissioners, this is our last shot at this. And so I would encourage you to read the documents that the applicant has provided carefully. And we need to get this right. The stakes are, I think, relatively high for the town, for the commission, for the applicant. So I would recommend that you, Mr. Brodsky, that we continue for 2 weeks. Charlotte, is it appropriate for you to distribute the conditions to the applicant prior to the meeting?
Yeah, I can give that to them. And then if we can get an updated plan as well for the more natural 50-foot buffer, I think we can put our heads together, Sean, and come up with something.
I want to recognize Mr. Commissioner.
Oh, sorry.
Please.
Sorry.
I want to recognize Commissioner McFarland, please.
Yes, sorry, Chris. I think he's got a comment.
The edge is lining up on his screen here.
No, it's fine. It's fine. You got to where I was hoping you'd go. So
okay.
Chair Bell will of course defer to the commission, but I'm going to be crass. Do we have a deal on what the restoration is going to be? Again, I would hate to come in with a plan that converts the turf lawn to meadow. We provide the additional shrubs, and we're still talking about whether it's sufficient or not. Can we get just a sense of the commission that would seal the deal? And again, it's not appropriate in this context, but
it's not crass at all. I think it's pragmatic. So I would poll the commissioners again if they are comfortable with Charlotte drafting the conditions, circulating them to them, and to the applicant, and we polish. We don't reconstruct this in any way.
But Tom, if I may interrupt for a second.
Sure.
So what Mr. Brodsky had proposed was getting rid of the turf and adding some more shrubs. And
extending the meadow, if I understood it right.
I'm getting rid of the turf by extending the meadow.
Yes.
But that alone does not make this a more natural area. I mean, it's quite clear to me that the forms are much more garden-esque than they are natural.
Yeah.
I mean, and by moving up to the 50-foot buffer, you're basically saying, okay, we're going to plant the meadow where the tennis court is, and then we're going to put some shrubs in. Now, the shrubs are represented at a fair size. They're going to go in, they're going to be very small. You're basically going to be looking at a meadow. That's what you're going to be looking at. And it seems to, that's not the way nature typically works. Nature has fingers, and it has, voids, and it has other things. And I think, and what I was going to say before Tom said it was, I'd like to see a new plan. I'd like to see something that to me represents nature. That it's not, and one of the difficulties is here that the 50-foot buffer actually has some hardscape which comes across it. There's actually even lights in the 50-foot buffer. Like you just have to massage it a little bit so that it
Chris,
really
there's lighting in the 50-foot buffer.
There is lighting in the 50-foot buffer. There's not a lot, but there are at least 2 lights that I could find. There may be more. I'm not sure. There's also a very large retaining wall that holds up the terrace by the pool. I'm not really sure what the finish on that is, but nor do I know if we have any say in that. But I hope to God it's not a big concrete wall like on some other projects that it's staring out at everyone. So
There'll be stone on it, stone face.
Is that outside? Is that outside the 100? The
Outside the
buffer?
that's that the wall is outside the 50, yes.
Outside.
But
the 50.
but outside the 50,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. It's in the.
But
100.
there are, you know, there are pavers in the 50, there's a fire pit in the 50, you know, all those things have to be thought about very, you know, if they have to be thought about carefully and represented. So Mr. Brodsky, to answer your question, no, we don't have a consensus on where this is going. At least now I'm only one vote here. I don't have a consensus on where this is going because it's not as easy as saying cut it back to the 50 foot and all is good. That's not the way nature works, and it's not the way this plan represents itself.
Is there a way of, I mean, if you put in a meadow and you don't maintain it other than keeping the invasives out, but as those cedars and oaks move in, eventually that's going to be forest.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Not in our lifetime, Tom.
And in fact, after a fire, that's sort of what you'd expect. You'd expect to see grassland and then, you know, and forbs and ultimately brush and sapling trees. And given 30 or 40 years, you're going to have a forest starting and in 100 years, you've got a climax forest. Well, that's a little far to look for us to look, but that is the succession. So having a meadow isn't necessarily unnatural.
No.
And Chairman Bell, and I'll ask Sean this question. I mean, meadows are naturally occurring in the environment and have great habitat value for small mammals and birds. I don't know whether it's greater value than trees or woody shrubs, but they're really valuable. And in fact, there's a movement to have more, you know, meadow in the environment generally. So, I mean, maybe this is a philosophical bridge that we can't, or a philosophical argument that we can't resolve with Mr. McFarland.
Mr. Brodsky, I'm not saying the meadow is bad. What I'm saying is you can't just cut it back to the 50-foot buffer and call it a day. Okay? That's like you know, that's like if I told you as a lawyer to turn to page 32 and do whatever it says there, you know, that would be the answer. That's not the way design works. You don't just cut it back. That's all I'm saying.
So what is the alternative?
The only thing I can say is I can tell you what the regulations say and refer you to a page. So we're trying to bridge the gap between what I think the regulations require, do not require in this instance, and trying to achieve the commission's goals.
Yeah. So
I think,
Chris, what's an alternative?
Sean needs to give it one more pass.
And at the end of that pass, what would you like to see?
I think
I think Sean heard me that,
yeah,
you know, the edges need to be a little more random. So the plants need to, you know, kind of come out in different ways, and maybe some plants get planted that aren't just small shrubs that are going to be hid in the meadow, you know, the first growing season. And, you know, maybe the meadow is a little more, maybe it's not contiguous. Maybe it's, you know, it's got pockets, things like that.
yeah, I think we can take a stronger shot at that. Still like to have enough meadow for it to make sense.
Yeah.
So.
I think really what I think Adam actually brought this up previously. I think we need to see a diverse, naturally designed buffer. So a little bit of meadow here and there, a little bit of shrubs, a little bit of trees in certain areas. Definitely something that's not organized and you know, manicured as Chris McFarland has stated. So I think Sean can definitely take the notes that we've given tonight and put together again, a more naturally designed 50-foot buffer while maintaining the existing path to the stairs. I think that's a compromise there. And then Sean, I can send you some comments, but I did see the fire pit and the paver in the 50. Perhaps we could scooch it back a bit.
Right.
Okay, so it's not going to be quite as easy as we thought, which is no surprise, I guess. This is a complex project. So it sounds like you need to have another whack at this to make it look a little bit more random and less manicured. Sounds like turf grass is
we should stop using manicured because this isn't Versailles here. So I think we should all get that.
Well, it's somewhere between Versailles and
right.
Wild America. Okay, it's on a continuum.
I get it.
So you need to move on that continuum away from Versailles, shall we say?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah.
Chairman Bell, like to help the applicant, should we get some kind of consensus on the lighting and other, the fire pit and like things like that?
I'm totally opposed to any lighting in the 50, but that's my personal opinion about this.
They might need some low-lying lights for the path at least, but other than that, maybe we could get the rest up.
Yeah, that's what flashlights are for. When you walk through the woods at night, you carry a flashlight.
Okay. I don't know.
Cohasset is way too lighted now.
I'm not sure.
That's a personal opinion. Sorry.
Chair Bell, but there may be building code issues with respect to lighting for pathways. I just want you to understand that.
Yeah, I know.
Well, we don't have to have a pathway there either.
But there's an existing stairway down to the beach, and so we're entitled to.
I'm sorry I ever brought it up.
You're asking for a variance to do work in the 50 though. So
yeah.
If we don't, I agree with Tom or Chairman Bell that I don't want any lights in the 50 either.
There's no adverse wetland impact associated with low-level landscaping lights on paths with respect to that. So
I think we can work with what you've given us. I hope. At least I think we can.
Okay. Well, maybe you can put little stands where candles can go up when they need them.
Here we go. Yeah.
Okay, so in any case, it's back to the drawing board. I would say that questions should be directed to Ms. Pechtel. She can relay them to us. Let's try to make this work.
If there's any residual comments, if the commission could send those to me maybe by Monday, and then I can send my recommended conditions and comments to Sean and obviously Deb and Adam and the applicant's team. They can hopefully put something together for us for the 15th. So I think I do get the message from the majority of the commission on what we want to see. So I'm happy to relay those notes and obviously everything we discussed tonight. But yeah, for me to form the conditions of what we would want to see if we were to grant variances and approve this project, if anybody can send me their comments separately, of course, via email or phone, whatever, I will put that all together and I can give that to the applicant and to Sean so he can give the plan another final revision.
Okay. So with that, I think we'll continue until the 15th. Is that correct?
I assume that. Sorry, does that work for everyone? I just assumed we wanted the 15th.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Brodsky, you agree to that?
Yes, Chairman.
Continue. Okay. All right. We'll see you in a couple of weeks.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks all.
Okay. So next, we're going to resume the discussion of NOI 2328 for 31 Bow Street. Charlotte?
Yes, I will promote. Let's see. And then, so I'm promoting, is Xander Orm from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. And while he's getting on there, Xander, could you let me know if there's anybody in the audience for this project? I believe we had a coastal engineer as well, and I'm terribly sorry I'm forgetting their name.
No worries. So we have the geologist who's Stan Humphreys.
Oh, thank
And
you.
then-
Yes. Okay. I thought it was Stan. I just wasn't sure.
Yeah, and then we also have the applicant, Dale Haver.
Oh, there. Okay. Thank you.
Hey, I want to have a 5-minute recess. We've been running for 3 hours. So everybody take 5.
Okay.
Yeah, Xander, you guys good with that? We'll just turn our videos off.
Sure.
Thank you. No, I gotta go get the dog, so I'm gonna have to hang up. Okay. Yeah, goodbye. I have to say goodbye because I don't know how long it's gonna take you to get in the house. Okay, bye. I didn't tell people what time to come back, Tom, but I hope everyone knows 5 minutes is 5 minutes.
Well, we're going to find out.
Yep. There you go. Will's thumb has a thumbs up there.
My dog's needed out desperately.
Oh. Kathy, if you can hear us, I think most, if not all of us, are back. And then I see.
Did you let him in? Good.
Hello. All right. Tom, would you like to get started?
Yeah. So
Okay.
I've already read the introduction and interrupted Mr. Orm so he can resume from the beginning.
Alrighty, let me share my screen. Everyone see?
Yes.
Okay. All right. For the record, my name is Xander Orm from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors. I'm representing Dale Haver of 31 Bow Street for their proposed landscape wall. And I'm covering for Caroline Reese, who unfortunately couldn't make it here tonight. Also joining me is coastal geologist Stan Humphreys, who assisted in the design of this project. So a brief recap. Last time this project was heard, the applicant proposed a mound of fill as a flood barrier and along the edge of the limit of salt marsh to try and prevent coastal flooding on their property. The commission looked unfavorably on this approach and instead suggested the applicant propose a wall closer to the dwelling and that we get a coastal engineer involved as well. And so that's what was done. The applicant's proposing to construct a 130-foot long, 2.5 foot tall retaining wall. The ocean side of the wall will be at a 2-to-1 slope to help reduce wave reflection as recommended by the coastal geologist. And then this wall will be about at its farthest point about 10 feet farther from the wetlands than the previously proposed fill, and on average about 15 feet from the existing dwelling. And then in between the wall and the dwelling, about 47 cubic yards of fill and grading is proposed. This is a 75% reduction in fill compared to what was proposed previously. This fill will be mostly level. It'll just be graded slightly down from 9.7 feet to 9.5 feet. This shallow grade will allow for stormwater to slowly release from behind the wall where it would otherwise get stuck. And then in addition, 2 strips of mitigation plantings are proposed, one against the retaining wall and one against the salt marsh line. These plantings total about 400 square feet. And the plantings were selected by a Brad Holmes, wetland scientist, and they will be salt tolerant. In addition, these plantings will help to slow down the erosive forces of coastal storm events. Lastly, erosion controls are proposed. We have 2 silt socks and a silt fence in between the 2 mitigation areas, and then another silt sock along the wetland line. And these will be maintained throughout construction and the filling to ensure no construction-related runoff is released into the resource area. And then for construction access, it'll be access in the front, and we have a silt sock around there, which will be put there off work hours. And then we have a mitigation plan done by Brad Holmes of ECR Wetlands. These are the wetland plants that he picked out and is proposing. If you want to take a look at that, I can zoom in. And then that's it for me. I think for comments, I'm going to defer mostly to the coastal geologist. I assume most of your comments will be better answered by him than me, but I'll still be here for comments as well. Thank you.
Commissioners, or Charlotte, would you do you have anything to say before the commission?
So yeah, in terms of the revised design, at least looking back at our initial hearing notes, it seems like all the things that we wanted to see are now on the plan. I do have some recommended conditions if the commission were to close the public hearing and issue an order of conditions. But until then, I'll hold off on that to see if commissioners have comments.
Charlotte, I don't remember anyone recommending a wall here. But beside for that, what does the Wetland Protection Act say for this kind of condition?
So I'm sorry, for a wall in like the floodplain or near a salt marsh?
Yeah. Well, for the wall, for the regrading, for the mitigation planting.
Basically the performance standards, at least for the land subject to storm flowage, we don't have solid ones right now, but for, the salt marsh, obviously there's no adverse impact that shall be done to the salt marsh. So this design, if the applicant, the burden of proof is on the applicant, if the commission agrees, if this design has no adverse impact to the salt marsh. But I know we, as you've mentioned before, Chris, in our rules and regulations for land subject to coastal storm flowage, the addition of fill seems to be limited and needs to be justified to make sure, again, there's no adverse impact with sedimentation or erosion. And then with mitigation, this was definitely an additional feature that they added to the plans to just ensure, again, that there will be adverse impact to the marsh with the construction of the wall. But whether or not structures are specifically allowed in the floodplain right now, I don't know if we have that under the regs. Sorry, does that answer your question, or do you want more clarification? Or
No, that's fine. As long as I'm talking, I'll comment.
Yes.
I find it hard to believe that a wetland scientist would actually plant the way that he planted here. It amazes me that someone who spends his entire life looking at ecology could actually lay out the plants in this way. So I think if nothing else, we're going to have to rethink planting.
Commissioner,
I just have two comments. I do remember one mention of a wall, Chris.
Okay.
But I think it was during the discussion, what I remember was suggesting it being closer to the house. So that's one of the comments that would help eliminate even more fill if you got it closer to the house. And the second one is just, I know your retaining wall appears to be a delegated design, but it'd be good to have some detail on what's happening. So over the top right of the screen there, it'd be good to know what's happening underground there to hold that wall up. It's just a box and section now.
yeah, it doesn't look like there's a foundation for the wall that we can see here anyway. I think I was the one that suggested that a wall would be a possible way of protecting the lower floor there. And I think Commissioner Ashton had it right. I envisioned it closer to the house than that. I think our intent at the time was to reduce the impact to the buffer zone to as small a footprint as possible, and as we can see, it's been reduced, but by less than half.
So I will say about bringing the wall closer. The main reason that we have the wall here is because of this existing porch. So it's right up against this existing porch. And obviously, I mean, speaking for the applicant, I believe he wants to keep that porch. So that's the main reason why that's there. And as for the mitigation, sorry, go ahead.
I thought the wall was to help keep water out of the lower level.
Yeah, so the point of the wall is to prevent water from reaching the foundation.
Yeah, so the necessity of being closer to the house, I can understand that you might step it out for the porch, but for the rest of the length of the wall, which is about 2/3 of it, it could certainly be closer to the house. The issue here is an aesthetic one. I'm sure that obviously so the property owner would like to have something that looked as nice as possible, but we are dealing with a regulated area here, and they are in a tough spot, no doubt about it, that they are subject to flooding. So that should take precedence here over the aesthetics.
Yeah, I agree with that. I would defer to the coastal geologist to just explain its effectiveness. If Stan is there.
What is that porch on sonotubes or something, or does it have a foundation, or what's
it's a 2-level porch. I can't remember off the top of my head what it's on. Maybe
do we have pictures of that, Charlie?
Maybe Dale could specify, but I know there's a lower deck and an upper deck.
Yeah, so
there's a picture of it in the list in the envelope in the folder.
Sorry, Valeria, what was that?
He said there's a picture in the folder.
Oh,
there is a picture of the porch in the folder from the side. Yeah, you can see it.
Yeah, let's have a look at it.
Sorry, Valeria, in OneDrive, I can pull up my photos.
Yeah, it's in OneDrive. It's like
okay.
27_iOS is the last characters in the file name. Have it open.
Sorry, Xander, can I switch out here?
I can stop.
Thank you.
Not really. Yeah, you'll see it.
Sorry. This is a little slow, so I apologize. Trying to go through these. Photos always have a problem whenever I'm on Zoom. So you can kind of see a little bit here.
That's the best one I saw of the porch. There's that one too, yeah.
All right.
So is the wall going to be flush to the edge of that porch? Is that what's being proposed?
Yeah, pretty much flush. Maybe like I think about a foot off, just so there's access when you come off the stairs. All right, let me switch to the actual plan.
Oh, sorry. Is everyone good with the photo? Xander can put his plan back
right,
up.
yeah. Sorry, I forgot I wasn't sharing.
No,
Yeah,
that's
there's
okay.
I'd say there's about a foot between the edge of the deck and the wall.
So are you going to fill against the deck?
Yeah.
Just slightly, but it's not going to be like they're only raising it by maybe a few inches.
You're going to put dirt against the wooden deck? Is that what you're going to do?
Yeah, by a few inches, yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
How long is that going to last?
Well, I would I'd like to defer to the coastal geologist if he has anything to say about that, because he was heavily involved in the design.
Okay. If you bury your porch, and if it's a wooden porch, that's not going to work out so well.
Well, we're just talking maybe 2 or 3 inches of fill along the deck.
Oh, sorry, Xander. Did you want to pull the plan back up and Stan?
Yeah, I
if
can pull
you
it
can
back.
hear us? Are you able to kind of weigh in on some of the comments here? You are unmuted, so you can, if you can hear us, you're able to speak. I don't know if he has sound, but
Mr. Humphries, can you hear us? So Xander, what is the elevation of the top of the wall?
Top of the wall, elevation 9.5. It's 2.5 feet tall in total.
What's the FEMA flood elevation here?
FEMA flood elevation is, do we have one? Let me look.
That'll be 10.
I think
looks like it's,
12. Oh, we have a 7.
I think you
Oh,
just,
sorry. No, that's
if you scroll down, it was written. I think you just jumped quickly. Where
shown
did-
graphically.
50-foot belt here. FEMA flood as graphically shown.
It's on the 12 at the top of the drawing.
Yeah, I think it's
in orange.
12 feet.
12 feet.
So how is this? How is a 9.5-foot wall going to protect an elevation when the FEMA flood zone is 12 feet?
Well, the water,
Sounds like
as
it's
we've seen in the
2.5 feet
videos,
short, which doesn't even account for chop. This is not going to be a smooth duck pond that rises here. There's going to be waves.
yeah, and we designed for that. We have the wall is at a slight slope, which is supposed
not
to
gonna-
prevent the wave reflection,
If
according to our.
if the water level rises to 12 feet, that's not going to have any protective value whatsoever. You
I understand.
You need
Yeah.
you need to conform at least, and many of us know that the FEMA estimates of flood zones here are way out of date. They're going to get raised. It's a big political flap when this happens, of course, but they're going to be raised. So this doesn't look like it accomplishes the goal, excuse me, of protecting this site.
So yeah, I think we know this isn't a perfect solution, and we have seen, at least from since Dale has been living at his house, the floodwaters have pretty much only come up to about where the wall is proposed, and so that's why it's proposed in that location for the most part. And I know FEMA says it's at 12, but they've never seen that kind of elevation.
How long have they lived there?
I don't.
We've been here 5 years, but our neighbors have been here 10 to 12, and they there's that flood that happened, or the storm that was probably 2 weeks ago was probably the highest they've seen it, and that's when it came to that line. That's when the cemetery lane flooded here.
Well, when you're building in a FEMA flood zone, you've got to take the FEMA numbers. You've got to work with those.
So the idea here is the wall is at 9, and then basically you create a flat plinth. Is that right? Or 9.5, and you just have a flat area. Is that the idea?
Yeah. You mean Phil?
It's mostly flat. It's grade slightly towards the wall, and that's to let the water slowly flow out if it needs to, like stormwater, rainwater, etc.
Well, it's going to flow if you don't fill up around the deck, because otherwise that's going to be a low spot.
It doesn't look like this is going to do much at all, actually.
It's unfortunate, I wish our coastal geologist would chime in. Obviously, because
Xander, do
he
you have his
advised us.
email? I can try to email
Yeah.
him.
It's stan@ecrwetlands.com, but
And at ecrwetlands.com. Okay.
I understand the concerns and I want to answer best of my ability. Unfortunately, I'm not the expert.
Yeah, I would just say that to approve this, it actually has to be a functional structure to go here. And the only reason we would approve it is actually to protect the structure here. So if the intent is to protect the structure, it needs to be at FEMA flood zone height.
Yeah, I don't know that the, what'd you call him, coastal geologist could convince me personally of anything here, because the right 2/3 of the house, it looks like it's a concrete foundation wall covered in some sort of stone. So I don't know that any wall in front of that is going to do anything more than that's already doing. And it looks like there's doors off the deck on this side where you're only adding a few inches of fill anyway. So I don't know what any of this is doing.
I think the only thing it might be doing is flattening that area and maybe keeping it above your average high tide. So when you walk off the porch, you're not stepping into wet soil. You might be stepping into halfway dry soil, except for the big floods. So.
Sorry, Tom, we have someone raising their hand in the audience. I'm not sure if this is Stan, but do we want to promote them to speak? But they just have to list their name and address first, or confirm, if it is him. It just says BPS in the participant list, so I don't know if this is an abutter.
That's probably Brendan. Brendan.
Okay. Okay. Brendan, can you confirm if that's you from Merrill Engineers and Land Surveyors, or if you're not, Brendan, please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, nope, this is Brendan Sullivan from Merrill Engineers.
Hi, sorry, it says BPS, so I wasn't sure who that was.
Sorry about that. I just happened to log on. I just got out of another meeting.
Okay.
So to comment first on the deck, I mean, obviously, if we're going to fill into.
Sorry, he's just rejoining as a panelist. I figured it was easier to bring him in.
You cut him off.
Yep. Sorry, Brendan. You're now on the panelist side, so you're good.
Okay. So if the decks, the fill going on the deck supports will be raised. Obviously we're not going to bury wood in the dirt there. So the sonotubes will be raised above the elevation under the fill. As far as the solution, I don't know how the board feels about protecting structures on coastal areas. Is it a do nothing? Is it a put a wall in to protect the structure? This structure is not, sure it's not designed for the 100-year storm event. This is the behaviors have been there for 5 years. The storms keep on coming. They're getting closer and closer to the foundation. So this wall is to support and to keep the floodwaters from creeping ever so closely to the foundation of the structure of the house. And that's what we're trying to protect, is the house. And that's what we're here to try and protect is property and, habitable space. So yes, the top of the wall is only 9.3 or 9.5. It's not at the elevation 12, but it's going to hold back those storms that we seem to be getting seem to be getting 3 or 4 from a year now, where the flood waters are coming up and then just getting higher and higher. Is it a 100-year solution? No. Is it a 25, 50-year solution? Probably. These flood maps that were just updated, they updated in 2021. Now, I agree with you, Tom, that some of these flood elevations they're almost out of date by the time they get to print. But it's all that we can go by at this point.
Let me point out that our 100-year storm doesn't mean that's 100 years away. It means that there's a 1% chance every year that they could see 12 feet of water here.
Correct.
So,
and they haven't seen it. They haven't seen it. They haven't seen it in probably the past 200 years.
That's irrelevant. It's still a 1% chance.
Okay.
Let me just clarify. Yes, we are concerned about protecting people's property. And that's why the suggestion was ever even made in the first place, is this house is vulnerable. Now, in a lot of coastal areas, look down at Scituate, what are people doing? They're raising their, people that are below the flood zone are raising their houses on stilts.
Is that practical here?
No.
I don't know what's practical here.
I can tell you it's not practical here. Because the floodplain is only
and in fact, that's not our business. What's practical and what isn't. If the FEMA flood zone is 12 feet, and you want to protect this house, you got to build a wall to 12 feet.
So you want a higher wall?
Yeah, a 12-foot. It's got to be
you
an elevation.
You want a 12-foot high wall?
No, elevation 12.
Elevation 12.
It's not a 12-foot high wall.
No, I misspoke. So you want a wall that's 3 feet higher than the one we have proposed.
Yeah. If that's what if they are interested in protecting their house, this is what they need to do.
I think you might have missed it. I think I was confused too, because when it was really presented, it sounded like you were assuming the wall is going to be breached and water would then flow over. So then if the plan was that it was going to be breached and water needed to dissipate, I think that's what confused me about why is this wall so short?
Well, if the elevation of the water in Little Harbor is at 12 feet, nothing's going to dissipate till the tide starts to go out.
Right.
Sorry. So it sounds like Stan he can hear us. It's just he is receiving static feedback and he's trying to turn his volume up because he's on his phone. I just gave him Xander. I just gave him my work cell. If he wants to try and give me a call, and maybe I can put him on my speakerphone and I can mute everybody else so that there's no playback. We've done that before. It's messy, but it's doable.
Yeah, that'd be good because his input would be helpful.
So
can I ask? Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, we're looking at this cross section of the wall, and there doesn't seem to be any indicated foundation for this wall. So it's just going to sit on the earth or what?
No, there'll be a foundation for the wall. The premise of the wall is just to show that we're at the height of the wall and the slope of the front facing the wall. Obviously, there'll be a foundation for it.
Okay.
We didn't want to go through a full foundation at this point in case we were either denied or had to continue or move the wall.
Okay.
So obviously there'll be a foundation for the wall that'll extend below grade.
Okay. I mean, this is a difficult property. I mean, nobody would build something like this here now. And so this is remedial action for sure. I mean, if you're going to build something to protect this house, it seems like you need to actually not base it on the last 5 years. I don't know that anybody here at this meeting could say what's happened in the last 200 years. I don't know if you've looked through the records here, but there used to be a post down on the old salt house where they marked floods And one of the floods that happened in the last century was over my head, standing at the salt house. So I think you need to be cautious about stating what the historic flood levels have been here.
Well, I think I was being a little facetious at the time, Tom, but I think the point is that we're just trying to protect the structure. It may not be a 100-year fix or a 1% fix, but we want to keep the storms at bay that are coming in here every 3 to 5 years, and they keep on creeping closer and closer.
Hey, Brendan, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I do have Stan on my phone. If people could try to maybe mute themselves, I'll just put my phone all the way up on volume, and we can, if you guys can hear it, great. If you can give me a thumbs up if you can hear him on the phone. All right, hi, Stan.
Hey, commissioners, can you hear me okay?
I have thumbs up. Okay, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I've been listening to the conversation. I think I have all of some of your concerns in mind. This is not a protection of the house per se. That's why it's a low, very low wall to create more of a terrace that would be dry during periods of rainfall and tidal events that they've seen over the years. The first floor elevation of the house, I think, is at 17. So the house itself is pretty well protected against the 100-year flood, as far as I understand it. The fill that was originally proposed going out to and adjacent to the salt marsh, I was not familiar with, but I don't believe that it was up to elevation 12. And it's my understanding that essentially they're trying to abate a nuisance of the flooding of the majority of their lawn. They wanted to hold on to some lawn that would be dry during those events. And that's why you see the width of 10 or 15 feet from the house out to the wall. I was under the impression the commission was more concerned about the erosion effects of the wall if a wall was going to be built. And I'd like to point to the fact that it is a slope wall now, not a vertical wall as I first saw it. There's a row of shrubs that will probably get higher than the wall. So you probably aesthetically won't even see the wall. But I don't believe that, this kind of low terrace retaining wall, I'll call it, is necessarily a coastal engineering structure designed to address the 1% chance of a flood per year and protecting a structure. So that's my understanding and my clarification at this point. But I'll be glad to take more questions.
I think I have one question, which is like, my understanding of our bylaws is that should be the only intended purpose of putting a structure like this. Like if your stated purpose was to provide some dry grass and land, in the backyard, that seems like something that is is against our bylaws, which I thought were to do something like this would be to explicitly protect an existing structure.
Yeah, that's correct. that this is within our 50-foot no disturb zone, and this is not. We don't issue variances to do work here or to build something here based on recreational value, let's say. And the suggestion that I made at the time about the wall was the reasoning behind this was to protect the house from flooding. And I suggested, well, a wall would be appropriate to protect the house from flooding. But if that's not what the purpose of this wall is, then there's no reason to put it in.
No. So to clarify, the porch, there's a bottom room, and that's what we're trying to protect, the foundation along the top part, and then where the porch is there's one room down there, as well as our that's where the furnace is, etc. So
your mechanicals could be flooded.
yeah.
So, yeah, I'd encourage you to protect it. But if you're going to protect it, you need to protect it to at least the FEMA flood zone level. Next year we could have a hurricane, and that 9-foot wall is not going to help you a bit.
And also, I'd add that if you're trying to protect that section of the house, the wall should go around the patio and connect to the retaining wall on the other side of the house.
Yeah. It's got to close. The 12-foot wall needs to close on the 12-foot contour here to work. Otherwise, the water's just going to flow right around it. So this is not an aesthetic judgment about this. This is, can you alter anything in the 50-foot buffer? And we do give variances. We say, no, you can't, but we can give you a variance to do alterations, but you've got to have a rare and unusual situation. Rare and unusual for you is, I've got to protect my lower floor.
Yep.
So yes, we can grant a variance, but excuse me, not for a lawn, not for an extension of the backyard. It's to protect your mechanical.
It's not an extension of the
protect your
backyard.
foundation. Yes, absolutely.
It's protecting the foundation, right? You're keeping, like right now, the storm 2 weeks ago, it came up to where the base of that wall is.
Mm-hmm.
So in anticipation of, there's going to be, some higher ones. I mean, if it gets much higher than it is, then there's going to be, the cemetery will be flooded and we'll still be.
Cemetery floods fairly frequently here.
Yeah. So, we're just trying to keep it away from the foundation.
Well, I think that's where I was confused, because I thought Stan said house is not at risk. And so, because it's at 17, or like, that's what I wrote down.
The main house, there's the one room with the furnace where the porch is. If you go back to those photos, that's where there's a room and a sliding doors with a downstairs room with a furnace.
Right. Foundation walls get wet all the time. They're underground. There's groundwater running into them. If you have to protect an opening in the house, then the wall should surround the opening, not create a giant lawn that doesn't get wet.
Yeah.
This is Valerio. So it sounds like there's some conflicting information. Mr. Humphreys, are you the one who designed this new layout?
I would say no. I advised the engineers on a few issues that addressed reducing or eliminating any erosion impacts that might be associated with the wall.
Okay. Because it seems like if the wall is supposed to, we have some pretty good expertise on the commission, and if the goal of the wall is in fact to, save the mechanicals in that lower room there, then I would suggest that we, take into account what the commission is suggesting, because if the wall was in fact designed to make better use and enjoyment of the lawn, then maybe it accomplishes that, but that's not necessarily what we're going for. So it seems like on the owner's end, there might be, maybe need to have like a discussion again throughout your team, figure out exactly what you're trying to accomplish, and then come back with a plan that accomplishes that if indeed it does need such a wall to save the mechanicals and the structure itself.
And I would emphasize once more that a variance for protecting the foundation and the lower floor of the house would almost certainly be granted. But it needs to be one that you need to convince us that protection is consistent with the FEMA flood zone, and it could also be closer to the house. So we routinely deny work in the or disturbance in the 50-foot buffer for things like lawns and swimming pools and stuff like this. If there was already a structure there, yeah, you can build within the footprint, but in general, we don't issue variances for work in, for structures in that 50-foot buffer. I'd encourage you to protect your house. I mean, if I lived there, I would be doing that. It is.
Chairman Bell, I appreciate your response concerning the variance. So that seems to be a path that the owner can follow then on a redesign.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So if sorry, Stan, I still have you on my phone, so I'll keep you on for now. But it sounds like it sounds like I think we might just need to recalibrate the plans a little bit to protect that lower portion. So would the applicant and their team agree to a continuance? I will just note publicly that, as you guys have heard, we continued a lot of stuff to February 15th. So, and it's already 10:30 at night. So if you do would like a continuance, our next meeting following February 15th is March 7th.
I mean, I'll say if we're redesigning everything, it will probably take longer.
Okay.
So, but I'm hesitant to bump it that far unless, Dale, do you have any opinion on that?
No, that's fine.
All right. Yeah, so maybe we do the March 7th.
Okay. That sounds good. And then I guess before we do that, yeah, commissioners, did you have any other comments other than just, eliminating the area in the 50-foot buffer that it extends the wall out for the lawn and putting it closer to the lower structure around the what was it, the southern side of the house? And then anything else on the plantings, or I mean, they were extending along the bottom of the wall, but I assume those might just need to be touched up a bit. But does the commission have any other comments for revisions and what they would like to see?
Well, again, the planting has to look natural. It's not something to hide the wall and create a little hedge along the salt marsh. That's not what the planting's supposed to be doing. So
yeah, I don't see any purpose to that outer planting zone at all.
No.
I think it was originally to just kind of take away some of the existing lawn because there's already some erosion in those areas. But if the commission doesn't want to see that, then I don't know if we want to scrap it entirely or just revise it to be a little bit more randomly assigned, I guess, on the bottom portion of the wall.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the purpose was to mitigate and also to try and help slow down some erosion forces.
Yeah.
But I see what we could try and make it look more natural.
Times Spartina.
And then just to understand, so you're saying bump the wall height up 3 feet to 12.
And
is what you're recommending.
And it needs to close at the 12-foot contour.
So go all the way up to the.
It doesn't make any sense to leave one of the ends open. It's just not going to work.
All right, so we'll discuss with the team and see what we can get back to you.
Okay.
Thanks for your suggestions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. And thank you, Stan.
Thank you. Good night.
Okay. So next, it looks like we're going to resume a show cause hearing tonight for NOI 2213 Stormwater Permit 2210 at 44 Little Harbor.
So we have Rich Whalen, the property owner and applicant, and Sean Papish from Sean Papish Landscape Architecture. All right, Sean, want to take it away?
Oh, I do. I'm trying to think if we have in all my run around for other stuff. I don't have the plan with me. Do you have the plan?
Okay. Yeah, I can pull it up.
Appreciate that. It's just addressing those couple of areas of concern.
Yep.
On 44 Little Harbor, there were some trees that came down along the property line and on that, called out the west side, essentially, that west property line, thank you, Sean. And we were looking at really just replacing them out there. We met out on site with Charlotte and with the homeowner. Saw that some trees that had come down, those were dead trees that had come down. Believe you were looking at some pictures of a trunk that looked like it was living or had been living, but that was off property. That was not on this property. There were some, I believe it was 2 trees that looked like some sort of small clump that came down also within the Charlotte over by that big chunk of ledge. So we were proposing was just to add more trees back. 2 hollies, 1 cedar. We were doing some cedars and some holly already on the project for the plantings. So we illustrated those along that west property line. On the east side, there were 3 shrubs that had come out right at the edge of, call it the edge of the lawn area, right into the vegetated area. And we don't know exactly what those were. They were cut to the ground. What we were proposing was to use more of the same palette that we had in the area and plant Rosa virginiana to connect some of these areas that were really essentially the edge of the vegetated area already. So it's already vegetated with plant material. We were building those out on our original plan that was approved. See the kind of curvilinear line. We were building those out along and removing lawn areas. And we believe that where those shrubs had come out was right about where we were placing those Virginia rose. And we showed 9 of them in there to try to fill kind of the gaps between those other new plantings that are, none of this is yet to be planted. Intent was for it all to be planted in the springtime. So that's where the changes were for the attempt to plant some trees that had been removed on the left-hand side. Again, those were dead trees that came out. Homeowner had a landscape contractor that was working on both properties side by side and took those. And then on the other side, there was some larger shrubs that had come out, cut to the ground. So that was our proposal, was to replace 9 Rosa virginiana. On the other side, 2 holly, 1 cedar. There's a cedar grove down at the bottom. We wanted to enhance the bottom of the hill there. Thank you. Pointing that out. And that's all just added to the overall plant list for the project. One note on this is still overlaid with the plan that was approved. Just the heads up was that there was a plunge pool that was proposed and approved behind the house. They're not going to do the plunge pool now. Change. They're not intended to do it anyway. Maybe in the future, who knows? Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just add that we did go back out, or Sean and the applicant and I, we did go back out to the site, and it was determined that some of the trees that I had initially seen, the stumps on the western side, were on the abutting property, so we will deal with that separately. So the stumps that we located within the property boundaries were 3 trees. So it looks like it's a 1-to-1 replacement here. And then for the 3 large woody shrubs that were cut to the ground, looks like Sean is proposing 3-to-1 mitigation for those. And that's it.
Can you bring up the near map imagery?
Yes.
Because if I remember correctly, I know you're saying that looking at stumps, you're counting 3 large trees, 3 large shrubs, but wasn't there a big area that was cleared in here?
So the at least from what it looked like, especially on the eastern side and a little bit on the western side as well, a lot of the overgrowth that was behind the limit of the lawn had kind of spread past the limit of the lawn and had kind of started to grow into the lawn. So when I got the report initially, it looked like that the site, at least on the eastern and western sides and a small area on the northern tip here, was either weed whacked or cut. And so I think we did look back at some historical images from a couple years back. But this is just from October 2023. You can see the limit of the lawn here. So some of these woody shrubs that were cut down were definitely starting to grow into the lawn here. And then this side was where more of the trees were cut down. The wood chipping was also placed along here. Some of the, again, thorns and bushes and all that stuff was cut back and placed in piles. And again, some of that is on another property.
Right. So the ones that were cut a couple of years ago, what are we doing with those? Those included?
At least the restoration plan, I think, just addresses this current violation. But I know we did look back at some stuff from a few years ago.
Can you do me a favor? Would you do the mirror view and you can go to October 2021 and then compare it to that and you can back or maybe a month before June 2021 and then and then on the other one you can do more recently.
This is the most, October 2023 is the most current that we have so far.
Right. So why wouldn't we account for all the trees that have been cut since this owner has taken over this house?
At least my initial violation letter was just from reports from abutters who were calling about the tree removal activity that was happening in November. So that was why I was called to the site. So that was the whole point of the show cause. But I know during our first hearing, we did look at these as part of the discussion, but that wasn't the original purpose of the letter. The letter was just to address the violation that had occurred in November.
It's tree cutting, and it's obvious after it's gained our attention that it's to a greater extent than just this recent violation. So what are we supposed to do? Just ignore what's obviously occurred? I think we need to account for all of that. That's in my opinion.
No, thank you, Chris. Sorry, I just wanted to clarify the original letter was not to address prior violations, but you do bring up a good point. But I didn't.
Can you hold these aside and bring up the photographs? You had photographs of the site, did you not?
Let me see. Can you guys?
I mean,
you guys see my whole screen? Like, can you guys see these photos?
No.
Yeah.
No.
What?
You can? Sorry, I just pulled up now.
You can't see both of those sides?
Oh, I saw both those. Yeah.
You saw the photos
Yeah.
pop up?
No, I just saw the.
You were looking for the site.
Just the near map, not the pictures.
Oh, so you are looking at, you want to look at near map?
No, I want to look at pictures.
This is the eastern side. This was from November.
You have a picture of the point?
Yes, sorry, the photos are slow to load. This is the northern point. I'm sorry, still on the eastern side, excuse me. This is still the eastern side. So those are the shrubs that were cut to the ground that we identified after the fact. Sorry, not after the fact, but during our second visit with Sean and the applicant. This is the northern side facing south, and then this is the northern tip here.
So I
the
saw
shrub was cut down here.
I saw one little oak tree along the water, but in near map, I can see shadows for 3 trees. So where are they?
I can pull the near map back up, but this is the again the northern tip area.
Yeah, it's nothing. Everything's gone.
No, this is the cedar little grove on the northwestern side of the property. Sorry, the photos are blurry right now, but that's where Sean had proposed an additional cedar. Sorry.
So scrolling through
Mm-hmm.
near map, it looks like they were cut down before they got a stormwater permit, right? Or was it an NOI?
So they have an order of conditions and a stormwater permit, but I believe that was obtained in 2022.
Yeah, after they cut down all those trees at the point.
I don't know we got involved sometime late in 2021, right? So I don't think they didn't cut down any trees when we were involved. If you want to look at the near maps, I don't think
they were cut down between June and October of 21.
No, what Charlotte just showed in 2023, there were still shadows of trees on the northeast side.
On the near maps?
Yeah.
Yeah, they cut down more, Chris. They had a couple different cutting events.
Yeah. And they cleared out all the understory too.
Yeah, and the applicant or the owner made a statement that it's heavily overgrown. I mean, in 2021 June, it was well landscaped lawn, and it happened because of the cutting. I think it looks like it became overgrown with probably weeds, and during the time of the project where it wasn't maintained because of the lack of trees. It's probably what happened.
I mean, I don't see this tree. I don't see this tree. This might be the oak. I think that might be the oak there. No, I don't see that. I don't see any of this brush here. It's all
Chris, you're
cleared
saying
out.
you don't see them in the pictures.
In the photographs, yeah.
Yeah. Got it.
I mean, let's be honest. I mean, the guy wants views. He wants views of the water. He cleared it all out, and now we're going to put in some nice little, flowery flowers, and then he gets the view out to his point. That's what it's all about. So Sean, why don't you go back and tell him that he's not allowed to do that. That it's not 3 trees and 3 shrubs. It's a lot more. And we want to see a mitigation plan that makes up for the fact that he basically clear cut the whole point of his property.
Is there not other trees, Charlotte? Do we have other photos of those other trees on that far northeast corner across the street north?
There's one oak tree. That's all that you see.
I do have trees. I'm looking through my photos, but they are unfortunately extremely slow to load. But I'm definitely happy to look at my previous site photos, at least back until 2022. It's just as Chairman, as Commissioner Ashton said, a lot of the cutting was done before we got to the site. But I definitely do see a tree on the northeastern side that doesn't look like it's there anymore. So, take a better look at this offline. But yeah, I think talking about this one, like he said, and I don't know if those are on the site right now.
Those
And
aren't
even
right now?
Don't know.
I thought, I'll look at that again. But I thought those
maybe we can try to look back at kind of maybe just check this and then check our photos and check what's on site here. But at least this is from October before the other call that I got, so we might need to maybe look at this and then look at my photos, and we can come up with maybe a rough number.
Okay, and so, but in terms of the map on the left, the aerial on the map on the left, I can't speak to what would have been there, but I don't even know if they owned property at that point. There was a previous owner. There's October, October 21, right? The other one.
Yeah. This is right before a large storm event in October 21.
This was?
Yeah, it was September, I think.
Oh, it was? Oh, I thought it was like mid-October.
That they purchased the home, I believe.
Oh, okay. Mid-September 21.
Is that 21? So probably right around just before the
First order of business.
cut down all the trees.
Okay, so where are we going with this?
More trees.
More trees.
Okay.
And take back some lawn. I think.
What do you mean take back some lawn?
As
Take it back with the trees, you mean?
yeah, trees and other plants. Definitely trees, but
yeah,
I think they should have less lawn than they had approved as part of a penalty for not coming to us.
For
let the point go wild.
The proposed plan does show will have less lawn on our proposed plan that hasn't been built out yet, hasn't been planted yet. The house is still under construction.
For a time point, can we go by if they bought the property mid-September 21? Can this be the initial photo we look at, like at least for a time point reference?
Yes.
October 7th, 2021.
Can you just go back one really quick?
Yeah.
Actually, you want to step back one as starting point.
Because look at the difference in those two.
This was another owner, I think.
Yeah,
or they cut them down right as they bought it.
It was cut down prior.
Those
are the trees that we brought it up to the owner last time, and he didn't deny it. We showed him this picture. I mean, if he's gonna dispute it, well, he didn't last time.
Mr. Whalen, can you just clarify that? Can you please just clarify what Mr. Commissioner McIntyre is saying here? Can you offer some input on that? You are also muted.
As I mentioned last time, when we really didn't address the outside because we were focused on the house. And what we did was try to clear out all the brush because as I mentioned last time, we had a severe case of poison ivy and Lyme's disease because you could not walk in the backyard of the house. So we cleared out some of the brush, and that's what I attested to. And like some of those trees that were identified last time we were in front of you were not even on my property that were taken down. So I alerted my neighbor to the fact, like, that was the case, but I did not instruct anyone to take down live trees. I instructed the guy to take down 2 dead trees. I gave him the go ahead and I take ownership of that, but that's kind of where we're at on this.
So Charlotte, can you go back out and just take a panorama of the entire edge to
Okay.
show us what's there? And we can compare it to whatever and make a decision on this.
Okay.
I mean, I feel badly if you get poison ivy or if you get Lyme disease, but it doesn't trump the Wetland Protection Act. So we have to make a decision as to what we expect as mitigation for what's been removed. And so what we need is a clear understanding of what was removed. It's not go count a couple stumps that are left behind. You can see in the one picture at the north point, you can see that a landscaper did a very good job of scarifying and ripping out a lot of roots and stuff. So you can't go out there and count what was missing. The best we can do is either allow Sean to document what he believes is missing, or Charlotte, you need to go out and document what you believe is missing. And it's not count the stumps. It's look at photographs, stand out there in the field and try to figure out what was there.
I mean, on that left side, what you're looking at, there's not a lot taken down there.
I agree. The left side, there's not a lot taken down. The right side looks to me like there's everything taken down except for one little oak tree.
Well, I beg to differ. Like you could not inhabit the backyard. I don't understand. Like you can't enjoy your backyard. Like it was over.
Not if the only way you can enjoy it is to violate the Wetland Protection Act.
But there was wetland to the backyard, and all we did was I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to get sick in my backyard. Like that seems crazy. And we haven't even addressed it. We've been focused on the house. I haven't addressed that for a couple of years, and we had a guy come out and clean it out this past fall. Like,
right, and that should have been a permitted act, and you didn't permit it.
No,
You bought a piece of property which has a buffer zone to a wetland, and it's your responsibility to understand what the rules and regulations are of what you can and can't do in that area. So
it looks like the property passed in July of 2021. Charlotte, if you want to bring up the near map and just go to that June image and then just click once over and go to the October one, the difference of what was cut is so stark. Like you don't even have to look at the rest. So just that one on the left, just click one over, go to June before the property closed. Like just click that left arrow. Yep. And now click, and so the property closed next month, July. Now click the right arrow. Yeah, you could do it that way too, but it's like
I'm sure you can.
And then one more.
You can find.
It's so stark.
Find an aerial image that's more aligns with the date. It may not be in a near map, but there's other sources.
But this is it right there. I mean, June closed next month, and then October it's all gone.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't close in July.
Oh, it looks like I'm at the Registry of Deeds. It looks like you guys got the property passed to you in July 8th.
No.
Mr. Whalen, can you clarify what date you took over this property?
August.
August? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm looking at the same registry date, 7/8/21.
Yeah, that's what it says.
I did not buy it in July of 21. I bought it in August 21.
I actually don't think, I mean, that's just sort of, kind of academic, because really, you look somewhere between June and October, like the landscape of the property, drastically changed. And we definitely sympathize with, being able to enjoy your backyard and not getting lime. It's terrible around here, but at the same time, we have to uphold, our bylaw and the Wetlands Protection Act. So we got to come up with a solution for the fact that this work wasn't permitted.
There's lots of trees in this backyard. If you were going to eliminate lime, you'd have to cut them all down.
Well, trees don't.
There's still a lot of trees. Charlotte, you can attest to the fact there's still a lot of trees in the backyard.
Yeah, I mean, definitely on again, as you guys can see from the two photos here, on the western side, you still have the cedar grove and the tree that's near the house, as you know, and then just zooming out. So the big tree here. So
yeah, it doesn't mitigate the fact that
it's not the point.
You did the activity without a permit.
No,
It's
I
like
agree.
saying I only built a barn and not a house without a permit,
Yeah, doesn't matter it doesn't matter how many trees are left. That's irrelevant to what we're talking about.
So I think it's really just, I think just to kind of clarify this a bit, we want to see an updated plan, and I'm happy to work with Sean on looking at photos and imagery and getting panoramas of the site. Really just this northeast corner here, correct? The Cedar Grove is still here.
The dark spots, those trees, I mean, those trees need to be replaced as well.
Which trees? Sorry.
The dark spots.
They're in the middle. The dark spots at your cursor.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So sorry. I'm mostly trying to isolate how we can revise the plan. So basically just this corner of the property, or actually this side, is that the main concern here? To just put more back here on this eastern side, northeastern corner?
Yes.
And I will use this as a time point, since I don't have imagery from July or August 21. I only go to October. So Sean and I can look at this. I'll look at my photos, get some more panoramas, and we'll come up with an updated mitigation plan. Well, updated version of the approved landscaping plan from the order of conditions.
Yep.
Okay. Sean, I know you have already some homework to do already, so I guess Rich and Sean, we are going to likely continue the show cause hearing. Would you prefer to go on February 15th or March 7th or even March 21st? Depends how much time that you would like or need.
You need this about a week before, though, right? You need this.
Yes.
Yes. So it might be safer to go not this February 15th, but just the following one,
Okay, so March 7th. Okay.
just to be safer on that.
Okay. All right. All right, we'll come back with an updated plan on March 7th. Thank you, guys. Sorry for the late night. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Okay. So finally.
All right.
Yes.
Yep, sorry.
Okay.
It's been a long day, as you guys know. All right, I'll try my best to go through this as quickly
Wait
as
a minute.
Yep.
We're not done yet. We're
Not done?
going to consider an issue, issuing a certificate of compliance for NOI 2316. Is that right?
Oh yeah, sorry. I was going to try to go through this as fast as I can.
99 Border Street.
Yes. Yeah, sorry. I meant I was going to try to go through this one as fast as I can. So this was you guys are definitely familiar with this site, but this order of conditions was mostly a landscaping project. It was a new owner. This is the approved plan. They wanted to take out the fire pit that was previously built, put in a seating wall, take out the paved driveway, put in a cobble paver, driveway, do some landscaping here and here. So that is the approved plan. I will quickly pull up the approved landscaping plan. as part of some of the original intentions of the older permits, just to refresh the commission's memory, the commission had closed a 2021 order of conditions, but we needed this area to be, like a native area. It was not done. So as part of this permit, we enhanced this area. So they came up with a landscaping plan to put back 3 black tupelos and a bunch of shrubs. And they enhanced this area up in the front with plantings. So this was the approved planting plan. At least from the lists that were provided to me, I can confirm that the plants were planted. It's just, it's winter, so really hard to count them this afternoon. But I do have a full plant list confirming that everything that was on the plan was planted. And then this is the as-built. I'll just go through some deviations to the plan.
Who confirmed the plans?
The Amy Martin Landscaping, who ordered all of them.
Okay.
So this is the as-built. The seating wall was installed, fire pit was taken out. And then again, the plants were planted here. I did see the tupelos and I checked them this time to make sure they actually were black tupelos, and they are. And then this was put back with cobblestone driveway and a granite border. Some of the quick deviations here, the stepping stones here, and I'll just note this entire property is essentially in the 50-foot buffer and coastal bank. So some of the stepping stones were just extended around to this area. And the granite curb that was part of the approved plan, as you guys can see, is a little bit out of the property border layout. I made sure that the engineer reached out to DPW to discuss this further. At least from what I was told, DPW does not have an issue, but obviously they will not take responsibility with maintaining that. The gravel trench and everything were installed per plan underneath this landscaped area. And they did put in the plantings. And other than that, those were really the 2 deviations, just kind of noting the wall was, the granite curb, was built a little bit outside the property border, and that these stepping stones were kind of extended around the walkway here. The overall placement of the plantings, it's obviously not exact from the approved mitigation plan, but again, just looking at the list of what was planted, everything was planted from the approved plan. And then the only special condition for this order was that we wanted an updated plan. At the time when we closed the hearing, we wanted more plantings obviously added to the plan. So that was approved back in June, July, from me and the conservation chair to improve the selection of native species to be installed as new plantings as replacement in the resource area that did not survive per a previously issued certificate of compliance. So we did approve an updated planting plan after the hearing was closed, and that was the plan that I previously showed you of what was used to add all of the mitigation plantings.
Can you go back to the plant?
Yep. The planting.
Yeah.
So this was the approved plan as part of the special conditions.
And could you actually go to the other plan as well?
Which other plan? Sorry.
The approved plan.
The approved site plan?
Yeah.
The approved site plan mostly just references the plan from Amy Martin, but the date is wrong because obviously it was revised after the public hearing as a special condition. And sorry, what's already here and marked here were existing plantings that were previously done as part of another order of conditions that was closed out with that COC. And we had found after that COC was closed that this area was not properly maintained per our ongoing conditions. So that's why the special condition was added to enhance all the native planting selections, especially here. So that was the reason for that condition.
So the seat wall is shaped differently.
Yes.
It looks like is that hardscape along the side of the house that goes over onto the neighbor's property?
Which one?
Right there.
This?
So yeah, I mean that's the property line, right?
Yeah, that's the property line.
So, but there's a line outside the property line, which looks like it's the continuation of the pavement. No?
I don't know if that's exact. I can pull up some
Oh,
photos. but-
that's a wall anyway, by the way. That's a wall.
Yeah, it's a stone wall, and then there's a fence along the property border. So this
All right.
is an entire, yeah,
Okay, could you go back to the planting plan then?
yes.
Sorry,
That's okay. Nope, it's good.
for all you people who want to go to sleep. Now I'm lost. Oh, there. Oh, that. Oh, so the wall is the
Sorry.
same. What was
Yeah.
what was I looking at earlier?
This is what it
Oh no,
looks like.
it's the as-built I was looking at.
Oh,
It's shaped differently. Something's weird about it.
yeah, the seat wall definitely has a slightly different shape. Sorry, that was my other deviation I forgot to mention. But yeah, that is it's a slightly different shape that was put around this previously approved landscaped area. But the fire pit was taken out.
All right, could you go to the as-built one more time, please?
Yep.
You gotta learn to put those up on the screen at the same time.
I actually don't know why I don't have the option to share my entire thing. And I really don't know why. It's weird. I can only do it when I'm hooked up to my large monitor in the office, but for some reason I can't do that on my laptop. It doesn't give me the option to share my entire screen, which is weird. But yeah, the wall definitely has a different shape here.
Yeah, they used the shorter stone, so they ended up doing something weird.
Mhm.
Can you go down a little bit?
Yep.
And then what's the connection from the bottom of the stairs over to the dock? Wasn't there a connection? Wasn't there stones or something there?
Not from this deck. These were the stairs that go all the way down to this area.
Right, but when you got to that area, how did you walk over to the dock? Wasn't there some kind of stepping stones or something?
No stepping stones. I can pull up my photos.
There were supposed to be stepping stones there.
Let me see. Sorry.
I thought. I
thought there was something.
There was.
Yep.
Oh yeah. Yeah, those were not added then. Hold on, let me check my photos.
It seems like they wanted to put a pathway, and we
We said no to that. I remember with the original permit, like the 2021 one, we wanted more of like a natural kind of grassy, vegetated, planted area. We didn't want actual, we didn't want a paved path or anything like that. I think we even said no to stepping stones, but I don't know why it made it onto this approved plan. But I can double check my photos, but I don't know if those were planned. I don't know if those stepping stones were installed. Let me double check my plan or my photos.
I thought that that's what we arrived at as a compromise for the path.
I thought it was just supposed to be a mowed path. I don't remember. I can double check.
I thought it was stepping stones,
Oh, okay.
but it's been a long time, so who knows?
What?
My photos are not loading as usual.
What are the yellow plants right against the corner there?
These yellow ones?
Did we approve this plan?
We did.
Are you sure?
We did. It was part of an order of conditions.
God, it's awful.
But wait, the big ones are the Tupelo. I don't see an arrow pointing to the yellow. She's calling this one.
Standing ovation. 15 standing ovation. I don't know where those are.
Little blue stem right here. Looks like.
Yeah, but it says there's 15 of them. So
yeah.
They may be counting the ones on the other side, on the left side.
Maybe that's it. Hold on. Let me try it. Sweet fern. See if she's pointing to another yellow one.
I must have been absent this night.
I can double check. I don't know.
This came in front of us several times, Chris. And
Really?
yeah,
I must have been absent.
I don't think so.
Maybe I should.
All of them. This must have taken 3 times to go through. It just.
Yeah, I think I remember chatting about that stepstone path when you were there.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And yeah, they wanted stepping stones here too. They're not telling me what these yellow plants are. I can't find an arrow pointing to them.
Is this property being sold again?
No.
Not to my knowledge. The new owners have barely had it a year or so.
There's 2 different yellow plants.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Here, let me it won't tell you which one's which, but let me pull up the final plant list, which was from the
Yeah, don't bother.
No? Okay. Sorry, I was trying to look in my photos to see if the granite stepping stones were installed at the bottom of the stairs, but my photos are being extremely slow to load.
Is it 22, the purple coneflower, Echinacea purpurea? It looks like there's a little dotted line, those yellow plants.
Okay.
Number 22.
Sorry.
I'm looking at the landscape. Yeah,
Where,
22 purple
sorry.
coneflower. I'm looking at what am I looking at? Yeah, go down.
Mm-hmm.
Keep going down. Right there. If you look at the bottom one, there's a little line that goes to 22, purple coneflower. That's the yellow plant.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
But then that's one symbol, but there's a different symbol on the back.
4, 5, 6, 9, 12, 15. I'm just trying to see the numbers, because the numbers aren't correlating. Yeah,
No,
I think
that's the same symbol.
No, but keep going all the way to the top. It's not the same.
yeah, this one's unless it's just a color thing.
I think it is. I think it's just, it's got that the symbol has some brown in it.
Maybe.
Oh, maybe not. It's got the same background, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's because it's overlaid on this gray area.
Well, anyway, it's got
the one below.
It's got a leader to it, and it says Tupelo. So
No, that's the 3 big trees.
Oh, and
oh,
yeah, sorry, they did put in the granite stepping stones at the bottom per the plan. So this is,
yeah.
Of course, now the photo is blurry, but you can see,
Yeah.
yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So where
So
are
other
we?
than the
Are we
seating
gonna-
wall,
Are we
the
gonna
seating
approve-
wall. Oh,
are we
sorry, go
gonna
ahead.
approve this or not?
It's up to you guys. I mean, the seating wall is a little different. The stepping stones are extended around the front, around that corner. And then the granite curb was built outside of the property line, but it seems like DPW has no issue with that. At least from the plant lists that were provided to me, it seems like everything was planted. The paved driveway was removed and replaced with the paver driveway. And I definitely would recommend the conditions that obviously the plantings have to survive 3 full growing seasons and they can't use herbicides.
Can you go back one more time to the as-built?
Yeah. Would have been nice if they put the stones here, but they didn't put them on the as-built.
Can I see the front?
The front here.
So it says paved sidewalk. There's no sidewalk there, is there?
Yeah, I think there is.
Yes and no.
There's an asphalt sort of sidewalk where people pull up onto. It's more of a parking space than a sidewalk.
Technically, there's apparently an issue if you park there and you're supposed to park a little bit further out. And I don't remember the reason, but it was one of those things where it's like, I'm in the town car. What are they going to do to me? So
You're in the sidewalk. So can we make some kind of a notation that says that that, you know, that construction outside of the property line is not our responsibility, and that it in no way becomes, you know, that they're responsible for it or something like that?
I don't think we can do that with the COC, but if we wanted to get some sort of statement or signed document from the applicant acknowledging that, or I can type up a statement and just say the commission does, you know what I mean? Like I can try to type something up, have the applicant sign it as part of a COC. Maybe like some sort of contingent upon condition, I guess. I can't like issue it directly with the COC, but I could do something like that where I could say, in order to get a COC, please review and sign this statement that obviously, it was, I can try to come up with something. Maybe I'll talk to council, but I think that's
my concern is if we give them a COC and then, 5 years ago, whatever the timing is, does that become their property? Like, does that somehow change things because we did that?
That's a really good question. I want to say no, but that is a very good question and I can't answer that. But we can push off deciding on a COC until we get a little bit more information, maybe from council, and maybe I can come up with some sort of statement for them to sign or something like that.
Yeah, Chris, if you remember 580 Jerusalem, we signed off. We signed off on a good 5 feet by 100 feet of town land on that one.
That is true.
I know. That's why I want to stop doing that. Like if they're on the town land, we should just. I don't know.
Probably 10
They would have to make an adverse possession case in land court to make that happen. Which they would have to have. They would have to show beneficial use for 20 years to even make the case.
And I haven't spoken to him directly because obviously that was the applicant's job, but it sounded like DPW didn't have an issue other than the fact that they will not maintain that granite curb and it's up to the owner to do that. So they're not taking responsibility for it, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. DPW is not.
Right. But
even though it's on town land.
Yep. Because DPW, as you saw with 580 and several other properties, there's a lot of people who have built retaining walls and other things into town property. And as it looks like the town doesn't actively enforce it, but they've recently obviously changed their minds about cutting down trees in town property and right of ways. Just with the walls and all that other stuff, it seems like they're still kind of meh about everything like that.
They still salt my private driveway, which is nice.
Nice.
So Charlotte, I think probably getting a statement from the owner acknowledging that they've stepped outside of their property, and it can't hurt.
Okay. Yeah, I can come up with something.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to run it by me, I could hack at it for a second. Our approval in no way
acknowledges
we could hack at it together.
Okay.
Yeah. We don't approve or deny or whatever. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and we can.
Yeah,
this isn't the last time we're going to see this. And
nope.
We can use this same document format to include on all of them, so we don't. It doesn't look like we're approving of encroachment on town land.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't see any reason to not give them a COC because of this.
Yeah. Just the question is probably good to have them just sign something first before we give them a COC.
Yeah.
Unless you guys want to vote on a contingent upon condition that I will formalize. No. Okay. Yeah.
Get them to sign off on it. Isn't Lubitz an attorney? I think he
lives next
door.
Huh? What?
It's like the same thing.
No, he's not the owner here. He's the neighbor. He's one of the neighbors.
Oh, what? Oh,
he's right next door.
Oh, he lives next door. I thought this was Ted's house.
Yep. Sorry, this is 99. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. I will push that off to 215, but obviously there may be a, continuance there since 215 now has a nice long list, but we'll see who actually makes it to 215.
Okay.
Cool.
So we're not going to do anything about regulatory updates, grant cycles, or bylaw revisions this late at night. Your construction updates, if any of them are significant, mention them, but don't carry it away.
The only one is 147 South Main. I don't know how much we want to get into it tonight. Maybe Tom, maybe I could talk to you.
Much.
Looks like he's putting some street light fixtures in the corner of the property. I don't see that on the plans. There was a photometric plan that was submitted, but I can't clearly tell where the light fixtures are based off of that plan. Only in that area, at least that I see on the plans, was supposed to be landscaped. It's in a corner of the 200-foot riverfront. So my question is, how much of a deal do we want to make this?
Tell him not to do it.
Not to do it because he's already put them in.
We don't tell him to take them out. We don't want any lights on the river.
Okay. I don't know.
If it's not on the plan, we can tell him to take them out. Tell him to take them out.
Okay. I just don't know how to read the
no lights
photometric.
on the water.
Yeah, it's like that corner of the property that's like it's already been developed, but he just put in these like two fixtures that like cement like stands that look like they're going to be lights.
Oh, so these aren't towering lights over the top of the. How big are they? How tall are they?
Well, that's the thing. He hasn't put the light in yet. He put in like the cement stand that's like a couple feet, and he put two of them there. And I don't know how big those lights are going to be.
Find out if they're any more than 4 feet high. Tell him forget it.
They look like they're going to be tall.
Turn those foundations into flower pots.
Okay. All right. I will email him. But yeah. Okay. That's it.
If it's not on the plan, we can say no. And
yeah, no, that's why I'm like, it's one of those things. Like, I don't want to deal with it as part of an as-built, but
already too much illumination in this town.
What's up?
There's already too much illumination in this town.
Yeah. Can I just send someone the approved photometric plan, and maybe you guys can just call me about it before I send a letter or an email, because I just want to make sure I'm reading the photometric correctly, but I don't see the light fixture bases on the plan. I just see like the little plus and minus signs. I'm like, what am I supposed to make of that? I don't know how to read those.
I remember lighting next to the neighbor.
Yes. Yeah, they're near her. That's another reason why she likely called me for that.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I do remember lights there.
Oh, okay. Well, if you guys are okay with it, I can quickly pull it up. But yeah, I just want to make sure that this isn't a violation. But yeah, from the photometrics, I'm just like, what am I looking at here? You know what I mean?
I don't think they probably don't show. They may not show on the photometric plan, but they showed on the site plan.
Okay.
But if it increases lumens, right, that would show on the photometric plan, and then
yes, you would see that.
Be on the site plan.
So this is the corner where they were put in. So that's existing. This is erosion control. Sorry. Erosion. So that's existing. Erosion control. This is the landscape plan.
There. Zoom in a little bit there.
Okay.
Right. No, they don't show on this plan. They might be on a different one, but I remember them because this was Jeff Hassett, right? Or Greg Morse?
Actually, possibly Steve Ives.
No.
Yeah, I think it was Jeff and Steve.
But I remember talking about putting shields on them.
Okay.
I don't see them here. Maybe you're right. Maybe they are on the photometric.
I don't see him on the detail.
Oh,
And this is photometric. Sorry, it's loading right now, but this is photometric, and I don't really get it.
It tells you can tell how much.
CF, what does that mean?
I don't get it.
Pull down a genie, but those are like candles, right?
Yeah, foot candles. Yeah.
Candles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See
And
where
then
it's
so
11 and 10
Where are
there?
these proposed lights?
It's right
They're
there.
right,
at the
like,
last part of the
They
one's
are.
like right here, one's like right here, at least right, that's where the cement little stand bases are.
Well,
Yeah, but it's
if you
it's
look,
zero over there.
can you zoom in a little bit?
Yeah.
Zero cameras.
Because
Yeah.
you can see the light is right here,
Mm-hmm.
right there.
Right where?
Oh,
Okay.
No,
Okay.
I take it back. That's not.
That's a point like all the rest of them where they're
It
showing
is
the
a
foot
point. It
candles
is a
are.
point. It's just in the curb. Sorry.
Mhm.
But you can see here's the biggest number right here. So
Mhm.
the light should be like right here.
Oh, and there's an 11 right there too.
Oh,
Right
okay.
the
11,
right.
10. Oh, you're right. So it would maybe can you zoom in right there? Is
At
that
least
is
they're
that a light?
oriented away from the neighbor.
If anyone drives by South Main tomorrow, like I have a training tomorrow, but if someone drives by and they see it, like you'll see them. They're in the ground right in the corner.
This is the light
I think
right
that is
there.
a light, Chris.
That's the
Yeah.
light right there.
Is that a light?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I
Well,
bet
it's
if you
got two.
I bet if you slide that way, you'll see another one a little further
Okay.
down.
Just to light up the parking spaces.
Yeah.
It's interesting because he's got them more in the corner over here where everything says 0, but
Well, then it's not the right place.
yeah. Yeah. I don't see another one.
Keep going further down, way towards his building.
Okay.
Mm,
Oh, right here. Yeah, but that's way too far.
yeah, that's
That's way
it.
too far away. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's way too far away. He's got him right here, like literally right in this little area right here near this tree.
Yeah, we'll tell him to move them.
Yeah. Yeah. If he puts up a fight, then it's gonna be a violation. I'm gonna
And
ask
there's
him.
one. There's one. There's. It looks like there might be one over here.
Oh, sorry. I'll stop
No,
moving.
no, I mean over here somewhere. I think there's one.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
Or maybe
okay,
ask
I'll
him
look.
to show you where they are on the plan. You know?
Yeah.
And then
Yeah. All right, I'll look into it. Trying to keep us until midnight. Chris, and do we want to go over our 48-hour issues or?
Well, yeah, a couple quick ones. I got a call about Spring Street.
Yep.
So
So that-
I ran down there after our walk today. They've had an arborist there. He's flagged the edge of the wetland.
on 83 Spring?
Yep. You know, the like either side of the driveway, you put the tags on the trees that say this is the edge of the wetland. I don't know if you're supposed to screw
The
those in like
conservation markers?
yeah.
Yeah, those were part of the original superseding order conditions. He had to do that for DEP to give him a COC.
Okay, and then he started cutting some trees down.
Yep. So there were 3 trees on the approved plan that he said that he cut. I haven't had time to go to the site, but I want to confirm that those are the 3 trees that were removed.
Okay, so I just thought I'd mention that.
Mhm.
Just to note to Charlotte, 50 Pond Street, they cleared out a big area around a existing house, put a bunch of fill in there. There's definitely a wetland off to the side. I don't know if it's in violation or not. The town, the garages or whatever they're building on Cedar Street down by past the dump, they cleared out a big area with the park. I didn't remember that much parking lot there, so I just mentioned that to Charlotte as well.
Okay. Chris, if you can at some point text me an address, I'm happy to drive by and look at that.
For which one?
Town stuff.
I don't know what the address is. It's just past the transfer station and the platform tennis. Tom, you
Okay.
remember that project?
Isn't that the golf club?
Isn't that the golf club?
No,
their new
they
maintenance
were
thing?
Which
I
side
thought
of the road's it on, Chris?
the transfer station side.
And it's just past the transfer station.
Well, you go past the transfer station, past the DPW, and then they were going to build like another. I think they were going to tear down a shed and they were going to build another garage or something in the back there.
That's
that
the
was
golf
the
club.
golf course.
That was the golf course?
Yeah, they had like a maintenance shed or something that they were building.
They were taking down the buildings at the front entrance and they were building the big buildings further back.
I just didn't remember all the parking along the road. Like they put in a big parking lot.
That was Jeff Hassett too,
Okay.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
I just didn't remember the big parking lot out front.
75.
Parking lot either.
Hey, Charlotte, if you're
Yep.
driving around tomorrow, just swing down Beechwood. We had that show cause that was right at the edge of the 100-foot buffer, and I saw a bunch of
280?
equipment and stuff burning down there. So
Yeah. We brought, Tom and I talked about this after the fact, but this person has come to conservation multiple times, noting that. Yeah. Okay. He hasn't gotten his enforcement order yet, but I might be revising it, and you guys may have to be ratifying it. Sorry. Okay. And the only two 48-hour issues I'll quickly bring up very, very quickly. I don't know if you guys saw at the beginning of turning onto Lampert's Lane on the right side, there's an existing property that looks like it's had excavators and stuff for a while. There was a bunch of what looked like recent stuff. It looked like, I don't know if he like clear cut and pushed stuff back. I was looking at Near Map today, but I didn't really have time to fully look at it. So I'll investigate that. But it looks like the excavator for a while. But it looks like it's where he or she stores their stuff and dumps a lot of stockpiled dirt there. So I definitely saw some fresh dirt there. So it seems like that's just a continued use. I just didn't know if it looked like it was clear cut because you can see the wetland right there. But it's definitely an existing condition thing. I just didn't know if anyone saw that on their way into Lampert's Lane today. No, okay. And then the last thing, in my inspection of 99 border, if anyone remembers 97 border, the people who asked to cut down a beautiful, healthy cedar tree going into the fence, that has been cut down. Yeah. So what would you guys like?
Call them in.
Show cause or enforcement?
Well, you want to give them a chance.
We already did an RDA and we said no. So I think
No. Said no.
Yeah, enforcement.
And 143 Beechwood Street, I still have to send that out too, but that was another RDA where we told them no, and they did it anyway. So I think for any RDA where we tell them no, we should still put it on our enforcement tracker as a watchdog, because these people are just gonna do it. They can get away with it. So now I'm like, it's one of those things of like, all the RDAs we've issued in the past 2.5 years since I've been here. Do I have to go back and look at every one because every time we told someone no, they did it anyway? So, yeah.
Maybe you do.
Huh?
Maybe you do need to go back and check on the ones we've denied.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's just going to be a very painful lesson for people who don't like being told no. Consistent pattern.
Especially with a tree cut down, maybe we just have to make them put in a tree that the word will spread very fast. You don't want to do that.
Yeah.
You know, like a nice 10-inch oak or something like that.
Yeah. Tree spade. Something that takes a tree spade to put in.
Yeah. Cost 20,000, something like that.
Mm-hmm.
People will stop then.
You guys will need to ratify some enforcement orders. I don't want to vote on them right now because we have 20 minutes to midnight, but you guys I will draw up my list of like now, I think I have like 5 or 6 now to issue. So anyway, that's it. That's it for me. All the other stuff can wait.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a
Thanks,
wonderful
everyone.
day.
Thanks all.
Good weekend.
Appreciate it.
Bye, guys.